Just trying to make sure that my screenshot is good. And this is the screen. Okay. Morning. Elfia or anyone in the chat. Let's just find out if anyone's actually gonna go in and do the chat. Hold on. Let me just. And so let's begin the book. Here we go. I'm gonna actually watch Bobby in this stream as I actually read along. Okay, here it goes. The Chronicles of Narnia, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Okay, let's see if I could try to go. Read along like at least the first six chapters. We'll try to see that. Let's see how this goes. Chapter one. Lucy looks into the wardrobe. Okay. Once there were four children whose names were Peter, Susan, Edward, Edmund, and Lucy. This story is about something that had happened to them when they were sent away from London from during the war because of air raids. They were sent to the house of an old professor who lived in the heart of the country, 10 miles of the nearest railway station and 2 miles from the nearest post office. He had no wife and he lived in a very large house with a housekeeper called Miss Magr- McCready and three servants who their names are Ivan, Margaret, and Betty. But they don't come to the story much. He himself was an old, very old man with shaggy white hair, and for he grew over most of his face for which grew most of his face as well as on his head. He liked they liked him almost as once, but but on the first evening he came out to him at the front door. He was so odd looking that Lucy, who was the youngest, was afraid of him. And Edmund, who was the second youngest, who was the next youngest, wanted to laugh and had to keep to pretend he was blowing his nose to hide it. As soon as they, as soon as they had said goodnight to the professor and gone upstairs on the first night, the boys came to the girls' room and they all talked it all over. Okay, I'll see how it could be Peter. We have fallen of our feet and no mistakes, said Peter. This is going to be perfectly splendid. That the old chap will let us do anything like we like. I think it's an old dear. I think he's an old dear, said Susan. Oh come, oh come on. Come off of it, said Edmund, who was who was tired of pretending to not be tired, which is always makes him bad tempered. Don't I mean don't you talk like that? Like what? Said Susan. In any way, it's time. It's time. In any way, it's time for you. We're in bed. Trying to be trying to talk like mother, said Edmund. And who are you to say when I'm gonna go to bed? Go to bed yourself. Hadn't we all better go to bed? Said Lucy. There's sure a room out be around if we're talking here. No, we no there won't, said Peter. I tell you, this is a sort of house. where no one is going to mind and what we do. Anyway, they won't hear us. Let's talk 10 minutes walk. Let's about 10 minutes walk. It's about 10 minutes walk from down to the dining room and any amount of stairs and passage in between. What's that? What's all those noises? Said Lucy suddenly. He it was farther large house than she had ever been before, and thought of all those long passage and rows of doors leading to into the empty rooms. It was beginning to make her feel a little make it feel a little creepy. It's only a bird, silly. It's an owl, said said Peter. This is going to be a wonderful place for birds. I shall go to bed now. And I say, let's go and explore tomorrow. You might find anything in a place like this. You might find any. I mean, do you see those mountains as we came along in the woods? There might be eagles, there might be stags, there'll be hawks, badgers, foxes, rabbits. I mean, rabbits, said Susan. But when the next morning came, there was a steady rain falling so thick that when you looked out of the window, you could have seen neither of the mountains nor the woods, even to the stream in the garden. Of course, wouldn't be raining. Of course, it wouldn't be raining, said Edmund. They they had just finished their breakfast, and the professor, who were upstairs in the room he had set apart for them, a long, low room with two windows looking out in one direction and two in another. do do stop grumbling, Edmund, said Susan. 10 on 1, it will clear up in an hour or so. And in the meantime, she kept her arms stretched out in front of her so as not to bump her face into the back of the wardrobe. She took a further step in. Wait, this is Lucy, right? No, no, no. I skipped a little. I skipped some pages. Mm, where was I? Okay. Um, in the meantime, we're pretty off. There's a wireless and there's a wireless and lots of books. Not for me, said Peter. I'm going to explore the house. Everyone agreed to this, and that is how the adventures begin. And what sort of the house that you never even seemed to actually come of the end of. It was full of unexpected places. The first few doors they tried led only to spare bedrooms, as everyone had accepted that they would. But soon as they came along, room full of places, there were, and there they found a suit of armor. And after that, the room was room. I mean, for that room, what was the a room all hung with green, with a harp, and a and one corner, and then they came 3 steps down and 5 steps up, and then all a kind of little upstairs hall and a door that lead out in a balcony, and then a whole series of rooms that led into each other were lined with books. Most of them, they were very old books, and some were bigger than a Bible in a church. And shortly after, they looked out into a room that was quite empty, expected for one big wardrobe. The sort it was a looking glass in the door. There was nothing else in the room, all except for a dead bottle, blue bottle on the windowsill. Hey, Becky. How you been? Nothing there, said Peter, and they all trooped out again, and all except for Lucy trooped again out again. All except for Lucy, who stayed behind because she thought it would be worthwhile trying the door of the wardrobe, even though she felt almost sure that it would be locked. To her surprise, it opened quite easily, and two mothballs dropped out, and two mothballs dropped out. Looking into the inside, she saw several coats hanging up, mostly long fur coats. There was nothing Lucy liked so much as the smell and feel of fur. She immediately stepped into the wardrobe and got among the coats and rubbed her face against them, leaving the door open, of course, because she knew it was very foolish to step one of self into any wardrobe. Soon she went further in and found that there was a second row of coats hanging up behind the first one. It was almost quite dark in there, and she kept her arms stretched out in front of her, so as she not to bump her face into the back of the wardrobe. She took a step further in, and or 3 steps, then 2 or 3 steps, always expecting to feel warm work against the tips of her fingers. She could not feel it. It's this must be a simply enormous um wardrobe, thought Lucy. Going still further in and pushing the soft folds of the coats aside to make her room for her. Room for her. Where was I? Oh. Mm. Then she noticed there was something crunching under her feet. I was I wonder, is that more mothballs? She thought, stomping to feel it in her hand, but instead it felt of feeling the hard, smooth wood of the floor of the wardrobe. She felt soft and powdery and extremely cold. This is this is very queer, she said. This is very queer, she said, and went on another step or two further. And the next moment she found it was rubbing against her face and hands, and it was no longer soft fur, but something hard and rough and even prickly. Why, it's just like a branches of trees, exclaimed Lucy. And she saw that there was a light um ahead of her, not a few inches away, where the back of the wardrobe ought to have been, but a long way off. Something cold and soft was falling on her. In a moment, one moment her later, she found that she was standing in the middle of a wood night time with a snow under with snow under her feet and snowflakes falling through the air. She felt like a little frightened, but she felt very exquisitive and very excited as well. She looked back over her shoulder back there between the dark tree trunks. She could still she could see she could still see the open doorway and the of the wardrobe and even catch a glimpse of the empty room from which she had set out. She had, of course, left the door open, for she knew that is is a very silly thing to shut oneself into a wardrobe. It seems to be still daylight there. I mean, I can always get back if anything goes wrong, said Lucy. She began she began to walk forward, crunch crunch, over the snow and through the wood towards the other light. And then about 10 minutes she reached it and found it was a lamppost. As she stood along looking at it, wondering why there was a lamppost in the middle of the wood, and wondering what it would do next, she heard a patter of feet coming towards her. And soon after that it had as soon after it had that it that very strange person stepped out and among the trees into the light of the lamp post. He was only a little he was only a little taller than Lucy herself, and he carried over his head an umbrella, white with snow, and a waist awards. He was a man, but his legs were the shape like goats. Were but his legs were the shape like goats. The hair on him was ghostly black, and instead of feet, he had goat's hoofs. And so, and he also had a tail, but Lucy didn't notice it was this at first because it was neatly caught up over the arm that held the umbrella so as to keep it in a trail of from trailing it in the snow. He had he had a he had a red woolen muffler around his neck and and his skin was rather reddish too, and he had a strange but pleasant little face, and with a short pointed beard and curly hair. And out of the hair there struck two horns, one on each side of his forehead. One of his hands, one of his hands, as I have said, held the umbrella, and the other arm he carried was several brown paper parcels. What with the parcel, what with the parcel in the snow, with look just as he had been doing his Christmas shopping. He was a fawn, fawn, or whether saying fawn. And when he saw Lucy, he gave a start of surprise and dropped all his parcels. Goodness gracious me! Exclaimed the fawn.
Good evening.
Said Lucy, but the fawn was so busy picking up his. Okay, this is chapter 2, to let you know. Uh, when it had finished, it made um parcels at first didn't apply. When when it finished, it made her a little. It it made her a little bow. Good, I mean, good evening. Good evening, said the fawn. Excuse me, but I don't want to be exclusive, said. But the but I be right thinking that you are a daughter of Eve,
My name is Lucy.
she said, not quite understanding him. But you are, forgive me, you are what they call a girl, said the fawn. The fawn is something like fawn,
Well, of course I'm a girl.
said Lucy. You are fact, in fact, human,
Of course I am.
said Lucy, still in a little puzzled. But she sure, but to be sure, said the fawn. There's like fawn. That's like a fawn. How stupid of me. But I have never seen a son of Adam or a daughter of Eve before. I am delighted that this is too. I am delighted that is to say. And then and then it stopped as if it hadn't been going to say something that had not intended but had remembered in time. Delighted, delighted, he went on. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Miss Ness, Thomas Ness, something like that.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Thomas.
Said Lucy. I may, I may have asked. Oh, Lucy, dear daughter of Eve, said Miss Thomas. How can how have I? you have come to Narnia,
Narnia? What is that?
said Lucy. This is the land of Narnia, said the fawn. Where we are now, all that lies between the lamppost and the great castle of Care, I mean, Care, Caravavel on the e- eastern sea, and you have come from the wild woods of the west.
I got I got in though in the wardrobe in the spare room.
Said Lucy. Ah, said Mr. Tallness in a rather matrilineal voice. If you, if only if I, if only I had worked harder in the geography, and when I was a little fawn, I should know, no doubt, know all about those strange countries. It's too late now,
But aren't countries all in at but they aren't countries at all.
said Lucy, almost laughing.
It's just back there. At least I'm not sure it was summer there.
Meanwhile, said Mr. Thomas, it is winter in Narnia, and it has been for ever so long that we shall both catch cold if we had we stand here talking in the snow. Daughter of Eve, from the land of, from the far land of Spare, where where either summer reigns around the bright city of the wardrobe. How would you be if I came and had tea with if you had tea with me?
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
Said Lucy.
I was wondering whenever I thought to be getting back.
It's only just around the corner, said It's only just around the corner, said the fawn, and there'll be roaring fire and toast and sardines and cake,
That's very kind of you,
said Lucy.
but I shan't going to be able to stay long.
If you'll take, I mean, if you'll take my arm, daughter of Eve, said Thomas, I shall be able to hold the umbrella over both of us. That's the way. Now off we go. So Lucy found herself walking through wind, um, the wood arm, and which this creature has, if they had known one another all their lives. They have not gone far before they have came into a place where the ground became rough, and there were rocks, and all about, all the hills up and all the dales down, and the bottom of the one small valley. Mr. Thomas turned suddenly aside as if he were going to walk straight into a unusual large rock. But at but last moment Lucy found he was leading her into the entrance of a cave. As soon as they were inside, she found herself blinking. into the light of the wa- wood fire. Then Mr. Thomas stood and took a flame piece of wood out of the fire and neat all pair of tongs and lit a lamp. Now if she ain't be long, said the he said, immediately put a kettle on. Lucy thought she had never been in a nicer place. It was a little dry, clean cave of reddish stone and a carpet on the floor and two little chairs, one for one for me and one for a friend, said Mr. Thomas, and a table with a dresser of mental with a mantelpiece over the fire and over that the picture of the old fawn with a gray beard. Huh. Hey, hello, fly. Oh, hey, captain of the squad. Hey, love folks. Okay. In the corner, in one corner, there was a door with Lucy thought must lead to Mr. Thomas's bedroom, and on one wall was a shelf of full books. Lucy looked at these while he was sitting out in the tea stings, and they had titles like "Life of and Letters" and "Silenceness" and "Nymphs" or something. Mm, that their ways are men, monks, and gamekeepers. A study in popular legend, or is it man is man a myth? Now, daughter of Eve, said the fawn with a real, and it was a wonderful tea. There was a nice brown egg, lightly boiled for each of them, and the sardines on toast, but but then the butter toast, and then toast it with honey, and when a sugar topped cake. And when Lucy was tired of eating, the fawn began to talk, and wondered he had wonderful tales to tell of life and in the forest. He told about the midnight dances and all about the nymphs who had lived in the wells and the Dareds who lived in the Direds, something like that, Direds, who have lived in the trees and came out into the dance with the fawns, about along hunting parties after the milk white stag, who could have lived you give you wishes if you caught them, but feasting in treasure seeking in the wild white red dwarfs in and deep mines in caverns far beneath the forest floor. And then about summer, when the woods were green and the old Salnus on his fat donkey would come to visit them. And sometimes Bacchus, Bacchus himself, when the and then the streams would run with wine instead of water, and the whole forest not giving itself a to jollification of weeks to end. Not that it is always. Not that it isn't always winter now, he added gloomily. He then, to cheer himself, he took out from its case on the dresser a a strange looking a strange little flute that it looked as if it were made out of straw, and began to play, and the tune he played made Lucy want to cry and laugh and dance and go to sleep all at the same time. It must have been hours later, but when she looked, she shook herself, saying, "Oh, Mr. Thomas," said Miss, "I'm so sorry to stop you, and I do love the tune, but really I must go home. I meant to stay for a few minutes." "It's no good now, Mister. It's not. It's no good now, you know," said the fawn, laying down his flute and shaking his head at very solemnly. "No, no good," said. I mean,
No good?
said Lucy, jumping up and a feeling rather frightened.
What do you mean I have to go home at once? I mean, what do you mean I have to go home at once? The others will be wondering had happened to me.
but in a moment later, by a moment she asked,
Mr. Thomas, what is the matter?
for for the fawn's brown eyes were filled with tears, and then he and the tears began to trickle into its cheek as soon as they were running off to the end of its nose, and at last it covered its face and hands and began to howl.
Mr. Thomas, Mr. Thomas.
Said Lucy in great distress.
Don't, what's the matter? Aren't you well? Mr. Thomas, do tell me what's wrong.
But the fawn to continue sobbing it was if it was in its heart would be broken, but would break. And even when Lucy went over and put its arms around him and led him her handkerchief, he did not stop. He merely took the handkerchief and kept on using it, wringing out with both hands whenever it got too wet to any more use, so that presently Lucy was standing in a damp patch.
Mr. Thomas,
Bawled Lucy in his ear, shaking him.
do stop. Stop it at once. You ought to be ashamed yourself.
No, wait, wait.
A big fawn like you. What on earth are you crying about?
Oh, said, stopped Mr. Thomas. "I'm crying because I'm such a bad fawn,"
I don't think you're a bad fawn at all.
said Lucy.
I think you're a good fawn. And you're the nicest fawn I've ever met.
Oh, it wouldn't be say that you knew, replied Mr. Thomas between his sobs. "No, I'm a bad fawn, and I do not suppose to be ever was the worst fawn since the beginning of the world,"
But what do you've done?
asked Lucy. My old father now," said Mr. Thomas. That that's his picture in the over the mountain piece. He would never had done a thing like this,"
A thing like what?
said Lucy. "Like what I have done," said the fawn. taking service under the White Queen. That is, I am had to pay the White Queen. I mean, the White Witch. I mean, White Witch. It's not Queen, it's White Witch. Mm, it's just. I have taken under the service under the White Witch, and that's what I am. I had to pay the White Witch.
The White Witch? Who's she?
Why, she's who she has got all Naya under her thumb. It's it's she who makes it's winter, always it's winter, and never Christmas like that. Think of that,
How awful!
said Lucy.
But what does she pay you for?
That's the worst of it, said Mr. Thomas with a deep groan. I'm a kidnapper of her. That that's I'm a kidnapper for her. That's what I am. Look at me, daughter of Eve. You have believed you would believe that I am some sort of fawn to meet a poor innocent child in the wood. Now that I have never done me any harm that have never done me any harm and pretend to be friendly with and invite it home to my cave and all for my sake and of looming it asleep and then handing it over to the White Witch,
No,
said Lucy.
I'm sure you wouldn't do anything of the sort.
But I have, said the fawn.
Well,
Said Lucy, rather slowly as she wanted to be truthful and yet not to be hard on him.
well, it was pretty bad, but you're so sorry for it that I'm sure you'll never do it again.
Daughter of Eve, you don't understand, said the fawn. It is something I have done. I am doing it right now. Is very this very moment. But
What do you mean?
you are the child. I mean, cried, turning very white. You are the child, said Thomas. I had orders from the White Queen, and if I ever saw a son of Adam or daughter of Eve in the wood, was to catch up, catch them, and hand them over to her. And you are the first I have ever met, and I pretend to be your friend and ask you to tea all the time. I've been meaning to wait until you are asleep and then go and tell her,
Oh, but you won't, Thomas. Mr. Thomas?
said Lucy.
You won't, will you? Indeed, you mustn't. You really mustn't.
And if I don't, he said, beginning to cry again, she'll sure to find out, and she'll have my tail cut off and my horns sworn off and my beard plucked out, and she'll wave her wand over my beautiful coven hoofs and turning them into horrid solid hoofs like a wretch's horse, a wretched horse's, and she is an ex and if she is extra and strangely and specific specially angry, she'll turn me into stone, and I shall be in a statue of a fawn in her horrible house until the four thorns and the at the care caravel are filled. Oh, and goodness, knows what that will happen or whenever it will ever happen at all.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas,
Said Lucy.
but please let me go home.
Of course I will, said the fawn. Of course I have to go and see that now. I have known that what humans are like before I met you. I have known what humans were like before I met you. Of course, I can't give you up to the white witch, not now, and I know you. But we must. Uh, uh, and we must be off at once, and we'll see. And I'll see you back into the lamppost. I suppose we can. You can find your own way from there back to the the, the spare room and wardrobe.
I sure can. I sure can.
Said Lucy.
We must go as.
We must go as quickly. We must go as quietly as we can. Said Mr. Thomas. The whole world is full of the whole wood is full of her spies. Even some of the trees are on her side. Both gave up and left the tea things onto the table, and Mr. Thomas once more put up his umbrella and gave Lucy his arm, and they went out into the snow. Journey back, there was not at all like the journey to the fawn's cave. They stole along as quickly as they could, with speak without speaking a word, and Mr. Thomas kept into the darkness places. Lucy was relieved that there they reached to the lamppost again. Do you do you know the way from here, daughter of Eve? Said Mr. Thomas. Lucy looked very hard and between the trees and could just see the distance of the patch of the light and looked like daylight.
Yeah, yes,
Said she said,
I can see the wardrobe door.
then be off home as quick as you can, said the fawn. And can you ever forgive me for what I have meant to do?
Why, of course I can.
Said the said Lucy, shaking him heartily by the hand.
And I do hope you won't get to be into dreadful trouble on my account.
Farewell, daughter of Eve, said he said. Perhaps we may keep perhaps I may keep the handkerchief. Perhaps I may keep the handkerchief,
Rather,
said Lucy, and then ran towards to the far off patch of daylight as quickly as her legs would carry her, and presently, instead of rough branches brushing past her, she co- felt coats instead of crunching snow. She felt like her feet has felt wooden boards, and all at once she found herself jumping in out of the wardrobe into the empty room from whence the whole adventure had started. She shut the wardrobe tightly behind her and looked around, panting for breath. It was raining, and she could hear the voices of the others in passage.
I'm here.
Said she shouted.
I'm here. I've come back. I'm all right.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna get something, and I will start chapter 3. Okay. Edmund and the wardrobe. Lucy ran out to the empty room, into the passage, and found the other tree.
That's it's all right.
She repeated.
I'm back.
What on earth are you talking about, Lucy? She asked.
Why,
She said in amazement.
have you all have been wondering where I was?
So what you've been so you've been hiding, haven't you? Said Peter. Poor old Lou hiding no, and nobody noticed. You have hide longer than that if we want people to start looking for you,
But I have been away for hours and hours.
said Lucy. The others all stared at one another. Batty, said Edmund, tapping his head. Quite batty.
What do you
I mean, what do you mean, Lou? Said Peter.
what I said? What I said?
Answered Lucy.
I was after breakfast and went into the wardrobe and I have been away for hours and hours and had tea and all sorts of things happen.
Don't be silly, said Susan. We all have been out of the room and a moment ago, and you weren't there then. She's not being silly at all, said Peter. She's just making a story for fun, aren't you, Lou? Said. And why shouldn't she?
No, Peter, I'm not.
Said Peter.
It is a magic wardrobe. There's a wood inside it, and it's snowing, and there's a moon and a witch, and it's called Nadia. Come and see.
The others did not know what to think, but Lucy was excited that it would all went back into the room, and she rushed ahead of them, flung open and the door of the wardrobe, and cried,
Now go in and see for yourself.
"Why, you goose!" said Peter, said Susan, but put her instead inside and putting and the fur coats apart and just an ordinary wardrobe look. There's in the back of It's just an ordinary wardrobe. Look, there's the back of it. Then everyone looked and out pulled the coats apart, and they all saw Lucy herself saw that it was a perfect ordinary wardrobe. There was no wood and no snow, only the back of the wardrobe with the hooks on it. Peter went in and wrapping his knuckles on it and make sure it was just solid. A jolly good hawk's loose, said he said, and as he came out again, you really have taken us in. I must admit, we half believed you,
But it was but it wasn't a hoax at all,
said Lucy.
really, truly, it was all different. Like moment ago, honestly, it was. I promise.
Come on, Lou, said Peter. There what that's going to be a bit far. You had your joke. Hadn't you been better off it now? Better drop hadn't you better dropped it now? She grew very red in the face and tried to say something Drew hardly knew she was trying to say and burst into tears. For the next few days she was very miserable. She could have made it up, but in other quite easily take a moment if she could have brought herself to say that the whole thing was just only a story made up for fun. But Lucy was very truthful, and she knew she had was really in the right, and she knew that she was really in the right, and she could not bring herself as to say the others who thought she was telling a lie, and a lie, and a silly lie too. But very, but she would, and that made her very unhappy. And the two elder ones did this without meaning to do it, but Edmund could be spiteful, and on this occasion he was spiteful. He sneered and jeered at Lucy and kept his at on asking her if she found any of their countries in the cardboards all over the house. And what made it worse was at these days ought to be been delighted. The weather was fine, and were out of doors from morning to night, bathing, fishing, climbing trees, and lying in the heather. But Lucy could not properly enjoy any of it, and so things went on until the next wet day. That day went came into the afternoon. There was no sign, still no sign of a break in the weather. They decided to play hide and seek. Susan was it, and as soon as the others scattered to hide, scattered. Mm. Lucy went into the room where the wardrobe was. She did not mean to hide in the wardrobe because she knew she would only set the others talking again about the whole wretch business. But she did want to have one or more to look inside it. For by this time, she was beginning to wonder herself whenever near Narnia or the fawn had not been a dream. The house was large and complicated and filled with and full of hidden places that she thought she would have time to have one look into the wardrobe and then hide somewhere else. But as soon as she reached it, she heard steps in the passage outside, and there was nothing for it but to jump into the wardrobe and hold the door closed behind her. She did not shut it properly because she knew it was very silly to shut oneself into a wardrobe when if even if it was not a magic one. Now the steps she had heard were those of Edmund. She came into the room just in time to see Lucy vanish into the room. For once, for he had once decided to get into himself, not because he thought a particularly good place to find to hide, but because he wanted to go and on teasing her about her imaginary country. He opened the door where there were the coats hanging up as usual and smelled of mothballs and darkness and silence and no sign of Lucy. She thinks I'm Lucy and come to catch her, said said Edmund to himself. And so she's keeping very quiet in the back. He um, he jumped in and shut the door, forgetting what had very fool what a very foolish thing this is to do, and he began feeling about for Lucy in the dark. He had expected to find her in a few seconds, and was very surprised when he did not. He decided to open the door again and let in some light, but he could not find the door either. I mean, he can't. He did not. He didn't like this at all and began groping wildly in every direction. Even shout out, "Lucy! Lou! Where are you? I know you're here!" There was no answer, and Edmund noticed that he was his own voice and had a curious sound, and not the sound you expect in a cardboard, but a kind of open sound. He was noticed that he was unexpectedly cold, and thus he saw a light. "Thank goodness," said Edmund, but the door must have swung open its own accord. He forgot all about Lucy and went towards the light, which he thought it was the open door of the wardrobe, but instead, finding himself stepping into the spare room, he found himself stepping out from the shadow of some trick, some thick, dark fir trees in an open place in the middle of the wood. There was crisp, dry snow under his feet, and more snow lying on the branches of the tree. Overhead there was pale blue sky, sort of sky one sees on a fine. winter's day. In the morning, straight ahead of him, he saw between the tree trunks the sun just rising, very red and clear. Everything was perfectly still as if he were only the living creature in that country. There was nothing in the ribbon. There was not even a robin or squirrel or even among the trees. Among the trees, the woods stretched as far as he could see, even direction. He shivered. Now he opened now that he had been looking for Lucy, and also unpleasant that he had been to her about her imaginary country, but which now turned not ver- been imaginary at all. He thought that he must be somewhere quite close, so he shouted, "Lizzie! Lizzie! Lizzie! I'm here too! Amen!" There was no answer. "She's angry about all this thing, all the things I have been saying lately," said Edmund, and thought he had not liked to admit that he had been wrong, and also he had not been much like being allowed to in this strange, cold, quiet place. So he shouted again, "I say, Luz, I'm sorry, I didn't believe you. I see now. You were right all along. Do come out. Make it pax." Still, there was no answer. Just like a girl, just like a girl, said Edmund to himself, "skulking somewhere I can't accept and won't accept an apology." I look. He woke. He looked around. He looked round again, him again, and decided to not make much like of this place, and had almost made up his mind to go home. But when he heard, all very far off the wood, sound of bells, he listened, and sound of a nearer came a nearer and nearer, and at last there swept sight a sleigh drawn by two reindeer. The reindeer were the size of Shetland ponies, are the size of Shetland ponies, and their hair was so white, even even the even the snow hardly looked white comparing to them. Their branch their branching horns were glide and shone like something on fire. When the sunrise caught them, their their harness was of scarlet leather and covered with bells. Oh, covered with bells. And the sledge on the sledge driving the reindeer sat a fat dwarf who had been about 3 feet high if he had been standing. He was dressed in polar bear's fur, and on his head he wore a red hood on a long gold tassel hanging down from its point. His huge beard covered his knees and served him instead of a rug. But behind him, on the side and on a much higher seat in the middle of the slide, sat a different person, a great lady taller than any woman that Edmund had ever seen. She was covered in white fur her to her throat, and she and held a long golden wand in her right hand and wore a golden crown on her head. Her face was white, not merely pale, but white like snow and or paper or icing sugar, except for her very red mouth. It was a beautiful face in other respects, but proud and cold and stern. The sledge was a fine sight as the it came swiping towards Edmund, with the bells jingling, and the dwarf cracked his whip in the snow flying up on the side of it. Stop, said the lady, and the dwarf pulled the reindeer up so sharply that they almost sat down. Then they covered themselves in a stood champing their bits and blowing in the frosty air and beneath and and breathed. The breath came out of their nostrils like smoke. And what, pray, are you? Said the lady, looking hard at Edmund. I'm I'm my name is Edmund. Said Edmund rather awkwardly, and he did not like the way she looked at him. The lady frowned. Is that how you address a no, wait, frown? Is that how you address a queen? She asked, on looking stern than ever. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. I didn't know, said Edmund. Not know the Queen of Anaya, she said. Ha! You have known us to be better hereafter, and I repeat, you what you are. Please, please, Your Majesty, said Edmund. I did not know you mean I'm at what you mean I'm at school. At least I was. It's the holidays now. Okay. All right, chapter 4. But you but what are you? Said the queen again. Are you a great overgrown dwarf that was cut off its beard? No, Your Majesty, said Edmund. I have never had a beard. I'm a boy. A boy? said she said. Do you mean you are a son of man of Adam? Adam Edmund stood still and said nothing, for he was too confused by this time, and to understand what he question meant.
I see you're an idiot. Whatever else you may be,
Said the queen.
answer once and for all, and I shall lose my patience. Are you human?
Yes, your majesty, said Edmund.
And now pray, and now how pray that you come to enter my domains, dominions.
Yes, your majesty, I came in through a wardrobe.
A wardrobe, what do you mean?
I opened a door and what's found myself here, your majesty, said Edmund.
Ha!
Said the queen, expect speaking more of herself than to her than to him.
A door from a world of men. I have heard such things, and this may wreck all, but he's the only one, and he's easily deaf wit.
She said, spoke these words. She rose from her seat and looked Edmund full in the face, her eyes flaming at the same moment she raised her wand. Edmund felt sure that she was going to do something dreadful, but he seemed unable to move. Then, as he just as he gave himself up lost, she appeared to change her mind.
My poor child,
She said, quite in a different voice.
how cold you look. Come and sit with me here in a sledge, on a sledge, and I will give my mental round you, and we will talk.
Edmund did not like this arrangement at all, but he dared to not disobey, and he stepped onto the sledge that she sat at. She sat at her feet, and she put a fold of her fur mantle round him and tucked him in.
Perhaps something to drink, hot to drink.
Said the queen.
Should you like that?
Yes, yes, please, your majesty, said Edmund, whose teeth were chattering. Then the queen took from somewhere among her wrappings and very a very small ball which looked as if it neither more or less. I mean, neither more or less uh, were made in copper. Then, folding her arm, she let one drop fall from it on the floor beside the sledge. Edmund saw that the drop of a second in the midair, shining like a diamond, but in the moment it touched the snow, there was a hissing sound, and there stood a jewel cup full of something that steamed. The dwarf immediately took this and handed it over to Edmund, but the bow with a bow and a smile, not very nice smile. Edmund felt much better as he began to sip the hot drink. It was something he had never tasted before. Very sweet and foamy and creamy, and it warmed him right down his toes.
It's a it is dull, son of man, to drink not
without eating, said the queen presently. What do you like best to eat? Turkish delight, said. Please, Miss Your Majesty, said Edmund. The queen let another drop fall from her bottle onto the snow, and intensely there appeared a round box lined with green silk ribbon, which, when opened, turned out to contain several pounds of the best Turkish delights, which piece was each piece was sweet and light to the very century of, and Edmund had never tasted anything more delicious. He was quite warm now and very comfortable. While he was eating, the queen kept asking him questions. At first, Edmund tried to remember that it is rude to speak with one's full mouthful, but soon he forgot about this and thought only to try to shove down as much Turkish delights as he could. But the more he ate, the more he wanted to eat, and he never asked himself why the queen should be so exquisite. And she got him to find her that he had one brother and two sisters, and that one of the sisters had been in Narnia and had met a fawn there, but that no one expects himself to and his brother and sisters knew anything about Narnia. She seemed especially she seems especially interested in the fact that there were four of them, and kept on coming back on to it. You sure there just four of you? Said the she asked. Two sons of Adam and two daughters of Eve.
Hello, Fluttershy.
Neither more or less.
Neither more or two daughters.
Neither more or less.
And Edmund, with his mouth full of Turkish delight, kept saying, yes, I told you before, and forgetting to call her Your Majesty, but she didn't seem to mind now. At last, the Turkish delight was all finished, and Edmund was looking very hard at the empty box and wishing that she would ask him whenever he would like some more. Probably the queen knew quite well what he was thinking, for she knew through Edmund did not. That is was enchant that was enchanted Turkish delight, and that anyone who had once tasted it would want more and more of it, and would even if they were allowed to go and eating it till they kill themselves. But she did not offer him any more. Instead, she said to him,
Son of Adam, I should so much like to see your brother and your two sisters, and will you bring them to see me?
"I'll try. I'll try," said Edmund, and looking at the empty box.
Because if you did come again, bringing them with you, of course, I'll be able to give you some more Turkish delight. And I couldn't do it, and I can't do it now. The magic will only work once. In my own house, it would be a matter of time.
Why can't we why can't we go to your house now? Said Edmund. When he first got and the onto the sledge, he had been afraid that he she might drive away with him, and some unknown place from which he had not been able to get back. But he had forgotten that fear now.
It's a lovely place, my house.
Said the queen.
I'm sure you would like it. There are whole rooms full of Turkish delights, and what's more, I have more children of my own. I want a nice boy who I could bring up as a prince, and who would live to be king, and who would be king of Narya when I'm gone.
Why
While he was a prince, he would wear the crown and eat Turkish delight all day long, and you must be the cleverest and handsomest young man I have ever met, and I think you would make and I would like to make you the prince someday when you bring the others to visit me.
why not why not now? Said Edmund with his face had become red in the mouth and fingers were sticky and did not look either clever or handsome whenever the queen might say.
But oh, but if I take you there now, she said, I shouldn't see your brothers and sisters. I very much want to know your charming relations. You are the you are to be the prince and later on the king. That is understood, but you must have counters. It nobles. I will make your brother a duke and your sisters duchesses.
There is nothing special about them, said Edmund. And anyway, I could always bring them some other time.
Ah, but once you were in my house, said the queen, you might forget all about them. You would enjoy yourself so much that you wouldn't want the bar on going to fetch them. No, you must go back to your own country now and come to me the other day with them. You understand? It is no good coming without them.
But I don't even know the way back my own countries, said pleaded Edmund.
That's easy,
Said the queen.
do you see the lamp?
She pointed to the one, and Edmund turned saw the same lamppost under which Lucy had met met the fawn.
Straight on, beyond this, beyond that is the way to the womb, the world of man. And you, and now you, the other way. And now look the other way.
She pointed the opposite direction.
And tell me you can see two little hills rising above the trees.
I can't. I think I can, said. I think I can, said Edmund.
Well, my house is between those two hills, so next time you come and have only to find the two, I mean the lamppost, and look for those two hills and walk through the wood till you reach my house. But remember, you must bring the others with you. I might have to be I might have to be very angry with you if you came alone.
I'll do my best, said Edmund.
And by the way,
Said the queen.
you not need yeah, you need not tell them about me.
It would.
It would be fun to keep a secret between us us two. Wouldn't make a surprise if you for them. Just bring them along to the two hills. A clever boy like you will easily think some excuse for doing that. And when you come to my house, you could just say, let's see who lives here, or something like that. I'm sure that would be best. If your sister has come one of these to meet one of the fawns, you may have heard strange stories about me. Nasty stories might make her afraid to come to me. Fawns would say anything, you know. And now,
Please, said Edmund suddenly. Please, could I just have another piece of the Turkish delight on the way home?
no, no, said
The queen with a
no, no,
said the queen with a laugh.
you must wait till next time,
Said she spoke, and she signaled to the dwarf to drive on. But as the slate swept away with the sound of sight, the queen waved to Edmund and called out,
next time, don't forget, come soon.
Edmund was still staring at the sledge when he heard someone calling his own name. Looking around, he saw Lucy coming towards him from another part of the wood.
Evan!
Honey,
Oh, Evan!
said she's she cried.
So, you have gone too! Isn't it wonderful now?
All right, said Edmund. I see you are right about all right, and it's magic, and it is a magic word after all. I say I'm sorry if you like, but where on earth where you been this time? I've been looking for you everywhere.
If you know, I have gone to, been waiting for you. I have known to, had gone in, and I've been waiting for you.
Said Lucy, who was too happy to excited to notice how snappishly Edmund looked. I mean, spoke, and how flushed the strange his face was.
I've been in lunch with with dear Mrs. Thomas the Fawn, and he's very well. And the White Witch has done nothing to him for for letting me go. He thinks she can't, she can't, so he thinks she can't have found out, and perhaps everything is going to be alright after all.
The White Witch, said Edmund. Who's she?
She's a perfectly terrible person.
Said Lucy.
She calls her the Queen of Narnia. Thought she would have, though she has no rights to be queen at all. And all the fawns and and Narnians and dwarves and animals, at least all the good ones, simply hate her. And she can turn them into stone
and do all kinds of horrible things. And she has a magic, and she made a magic so that it is always winter in Narnia, always winter, but never gets to Christmas. She drives about she drives about on a sledge drawn by reindeer by her wand and a wand in her hand and a crown on her head.
Edmund Edmund was already felt uncomfortable from eating all that too many sweets, and he had heard that the lady had made friends with was a dangerous witch. He felt even more uncomfortable, but still wanted the taste of the Turkish delight again, more more than he wanted anything else. Uh, who told you all the stuff about the White Witch? He asked.
Mr. Thomas the Fawn,
Said the said Lucy. You can't always believe the fawns what they say, said Fawn. Said Edmund, trying to sound if he knew far more about them than Lucy.
who said so?
Asked Lucy. Everyone knows it. I mean, everyone knows it, said Edmund. Ask anybody like you. But there's a poor. But it's pretty poor sport standing here in the snow. Let's go home.
Yes, let's.
Said Edmund.
I mean, yes, let's.
Said Lucy.
Edmund, oh Edmund, I am glad you have gone in too. The others will be have to believe in Narnia. Now that both of us have been there, what it would be?
But Edmund secretly thought that it would not be as good fun for him as for her. He would have to admit that Lucy had been right before the all the others, and he felt sure that the others would all be on the side of the fawns and the animals, but he was already more than half on the side of the witch. He did not know what to say and or how he would keep this his secret once they were all talking about Narnia. But this time they walked on a good way. Then suddenly he felt coats around them instead of branches. All the next moment they were both standing outside of the wardrobe in the empty room. I
I say, said
Lucy.
you. You do look awful, Edmund. Do you? Don't you feel well?
I'm alright, said Edmund. But it was not true. He was feeling very sick,
Come on then,
said Lucy.
let's find the others. What a lot we have to tell them.
And what a lots of adventures.
And what a lot of adventures we shall now all have our in together.
Because of the game of hide and seek was going on, it took Edmund and Lucy some time to find the others, but when it at last they were all together and what happened in a long time, where the suit of the armor was, Lucy burst out.
Peter, Susan, it's all true. Edmund has seen it too. There is a country, and you can get through the wardrobe. Em and I both got in, and we met
what's all about, Ed? What what's all it about, Ed? Said Peter. And now that we and now that we have come to the nastiest things in the story, up on the moment, Edmund had been feeling sick and salty and annoyed of Lucy for being right, and he hadn't been making up his mind what to do. When Peter suddenly asked him about the question, he decided to all once do the meanest and most spiteful thing he could think of and decided to let Lucy down. Tell, tell us, Lucy. Ed, said Lucy, and Edmund gave a superior look as if he were far older than Lucy. There he was only a year, I mean, 1 year up different, and then with Signer instead. Oh yes, Lucy and I have been playing pretending that they're all her story and about a country in a wardrobe. It's true. It's just fun, of course. There's nothing there really. Poor Lucy, and gave Edmund one look and rushed out from the room. Edmund, who was becoming a nastier person every minute, thought that he had scored a great success and went on once and said, there she goes again, and what's the matter with her is that's the worst of young kids, that's always. Look here, said Peter, turning him savagely. Shut up! You have been perfectly beastly over Lou, over since you stared at the of this nonsense about the wardrobe, and now you are going to play games with her about it and setting her off again. I believe you did simply out of spite. But that's all nonsense, said Edmund, very taken aback. Of course it's all nonsense, said Peter. That's just the point. Lucy was perfectly all right when we left the home. But since we've been down her here since, and she seems to be either going queer in the head or just something turning into a most frightful liar. But whichever is, what good do you think we'll do if we jeering and nagging at her one day and encourage her the next? I thought, said Edmund, but he couldn't think of anything to say. I think you you didn't think anything at all, said Peter. It's it's just spite. You have always liked being beastly to anyone smaller than yourself. You've seen that at school before now.
Do not stop. Do stop it, said
Susan.
You won't make things any better having a row of between you two. Let's go and find Lucy.
It was surprising in that when they found Lucy, and a good deal later, everyone could see that she had been crying. Nothing could say to her that made any difference. She struck into her story and said,
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you say. I can tell the professor or can write to mother or do and can do anything you like or can do anything you like. I I know I met a wish to stay there, and you are all beast, beast.
It was an unpleasant evening. Lucy was miserable, and Edmund was beginning to feel like that his plan wasn't working as well as he expected. The two older ones were really beginning to think that Lucy was out of her mind. They stood in the passage talking about in it whispers long after she had gone into bed. And the results was the next morning that they decided that they would go really go and tell the whole thing that the to the professor. He will write to father if he thinks there is something wrong with Lou, said Peter. It's getting beyond us. So they went and knocked at the study door, and the professor said, "Come in." I mean, "Come in," said the and got up and found found chairs of them and said he was quite at their disposal, and he sat sitting to them and the tips of his fingers and pressed together and never interrupting till they had finished the whole story. After that, he said nothing for a quite a long time. Then he cleared his throat and said at last, the last thing, said the last thing either of them expecting. Um, how do you know? He asked. Is that your sister's story is not true? Oh, but said Al Susan, but then stopped. Anyone could see that the old man's face that he was perfectly serious. Then Susan put herself together and said, "But Edmund said there only had been pretending." And that's the point. That is a point, said the professor, which is certainly deserves consideration. Very careful consideration. For instance, you are all excuse me for asking the questions, and does your experience led to you to regard your brother or your sister as the more reliable, and I mean, which is the more truthful? That is the funny thing I about it, sir, said Peter. Up to now, I have said Lucy. I have up to now, I had said to Lucy every time. And what do you think, my dear? Said the professor, turning to Susan. Well, said Lucy, in general, I say the same as Peter, but this couldn't be true. But all this about the wood and the fawn, that is more than I know, said the professor. In charge of lying against someone whom you have always found truthful as is very seriously thing, and a serious thing indeed. Oh, we were afraid it might. We were afraid it might been even been lying, said Susan. It might have been lying. We thought we might be something.
there might be something wrong with Lucy.
Madness, you mean? Said the professor quite coolly. Oh, you may think you can make your minds easily if you had that. That only has only to look at her and keep her to see that she is not mad.
But then, she soon said and stopped. She had never dreamed that a grown up who would talk like the professor had didn't know what to think.
Logic, said the professor after to himself. Why, I don't even teach logic at these schools. There are only three possibilities. Either your sister is telling lies, or she's mad, or she's telling the truth. I know she doesn't tell lies, and it's obvious that she is not mad. For a moment there, and unless any further evidence turns up, you must assume that she is telling the truth.
Susan looked at him very hard, but it was quite sure that from expression on his face that he's not making fun of them. But how could be how could it be true, sir?
Why do you say? Why do you say that?
Said the professor. Well, for one thing, said Peter, if it was real, why it doesn't matter find these country every time they go to the wardrobe. I mean, there was nothing there when we looked. Even Lucy didn't pretend it was there.
What has it do to that? Do with that? Said the professor.
Well, sir, if things were real, then they're all the time. They're all the time.
Are they? Are they?
Said the professor, and Peter did not know quite what to say. But there was no one. There was no time. "Eh, but there was no time," said Susan. Lucy had no time to have gone anywhere, even if there was such a place. She running after us, and the very moment she we were out of the room, and it was less than a minute. She pretended to have been away for hours.
That is the very thing that makes her story so likely be true, said the professor. If there really is a door in the house that leads to the small other door,
Other door, other door. Oh, I mean, other world.
I should warn you that this is a very strange house, and even I know a little about it. If I say if she had gone to another world, I should not be at all surprised to find that the other world had a separate time of its own. So, however, how you stayed there in whatever it take any of our time. On the other hand, I can't. I don't think many girls of her age would invent that idea for themselves if they had been pretending. She would be hidden for a responsible time before coming out and telling her story.
Nothing is more probable.
I mean, nothing is more probable, said the professor, taking off his speculates and beginning to polish them. And while he muttered to himself, I was wondering, what do you do you teach them at these schools?
But what would we do?
Said Al. Said said Susan, and she felt that con- the conversation was beginning to get off the point. My dear young lady, said the professor, suddenly looking up in a very sharply expression at both of them. There is one plan which no one has yet suggested, and which is well worth trying.
What is it?
Said Susan. You might all try minding your own business, he said, and he was the and that was the end of the conversation. After this, things were all good deal be better for Lucy. Peter saw it too that Edmund stopped jeering at her, and either she nor anyone else felt inclined to talk about the wardrobe at all. It become rather alarming subject, a rather alarming subject. So, in time for a time, it looked as if all the adventures were coming to an end, but it was not to be. This house was the professor's, which even he knew was so little about, and was so old too, and was so old and famous that people from all over England used to come and ask permission to see over it. It was the sort of house that is mentioned in guidebooks and even histories. And well, it might be all over the matter of the stories were told about it. Some of them even strangers, stranger than than the one I'm telling you now. And when the parties are sight near Sears arrive and ask to see the house, the professor always gave them the permission, and Miss McCready, McCready, the housekeeper who showed them around, telling them that the pictures of the armor and the rare books in the library. Miss Cradley was not fond with children and did not like to be interrupted. And when she was telling visitors all the things that she knew, she had said to Susan and Peter almost to the full first morning, among the good of any other instructions. Please remember to keep out of the way, and whenever I am taking a party over the house, just as if the just as if any of us would want to waste half the morning trailing around a crowd of strange grown-ups, said Edmund. And the other three thought the same. It was how the adventures began in the third time. In the a, a few mornings later, Peter and Edmund were looking at the suit of armor and looking if they were could be a bit of to bits. And the two girls rushed into the room and said,
Look out! Look out! There's Miss McCarthy and the whole gang with her.
Sharp's the word," the said Peter, and all four made through the door and made it far end of the room, out the far end of the room. But when they got into the green room, they and beyond it into the library, they suddenly heard voices of them and realized that Miss McCurdy must be bringing her party of sightseers and up the back stairs instead of up the front stairs as they were expected. And after that, they whenever it was that they lost their heads, or the of that Miss Macready was trying to tell them, or that some magic in the house they had come to life, it was chasing them, and was chasing them into Narnia. They seemed they seemed to find themselves into to be followed everywhere until at last Susan said,
Oh, bother! Those are trippers here. Let's go into the wardrobe room till they pass, and no one will follow us there.
but in the moment they were in inside the hear the voices in the passage, they then someone fumbled down the door and they saw the handle turning. Quick, said Peter.
There's nowhere else.
Said and flung the and flung open the wardrobe. All four of them bundled inside and sat there and panting into the dark. Peter held the door because, but no, did not shut it, for of course he remembered that it's everywhere per sensible person does, that you should never ever shut yourself up in a wardrobe. Okay. Who's in the chat? All right. I'm on already chapter 6. So I'm gonna do a little break. Let's see who actually is in the chats. Oh, Captain the Squad. He's actually streaming right now. chapter 6. I wish I was the Macquarie who would actually hurry up and.
I wish I was actually Macquarie, the Macquarie who actually hurried up and take all of these people away,
said Susan presently.
I am horrifiedly cramped.
And what a filthy smell the camper said Edmund.
I expect the pockets of these coats are full of it, said
Susan.
to keep away the moths.
There's something sticking into you to my back, said Peter.
And isn't it cold?
Said Susan. Not the now that you mention it is cold, said Peter. And hang on it all, it's wet too. What's the matter with this place? I'm sitting on something wet and it's getting wetter every minute. He struggled to his feet. Let's get out of here, said Edmund. They've gone.
Oh,
Said Susan suddenly, and everyone asked her what's the matter.
I'm sitting against a tree,
Said Susan.
and look, there's a light. There's getting light over there.
By Jove, you're right, said Peter. And look there, and there is its tree along around. It's trees all around, and this wet stuff is snow. Why, I do believe we have gone to Lucy's wood after all. And there now was no mistake it, where all four children stood blinking in daylight of a winter day. Behind them where coats were hanging on pegs, and in front of them were snow-covered trees. Lucy turned once to Lucy. I do apologize for not believing you, he said. I'm sorry. Well, will we shake hands?
Of course.
Said Lucy and did.
And now, said Lucy, what do we do next?
Do? Said Peter. Why, go explore the wood, of course.
Ugh,
Said Lucy, stamping her feet.
it's it's pretty cold, and what putting on something on these coats?
They are not ours, said Peter doubtfully.
I'm sure no one would mind,
Said Susan.
it isn't as if we want to take them off the house. We shan't take them even out the wardrobe.
I never thought of that, Sus, said Peter. Of course, now we put it on that way. I see. No one could say we had a bag of coat as long as we leave it in the wardrobe where we found it. And I suppose that this country is in the wardrobe. They admitted they admittedly carried off Susan's sensible plan, and the coats were rather too big for them, so they came down on their heels to their heels. They came down to their heels and looked like if their royal robes, then coats, then they put them on, but they were felt like a good deal warmer, and each though of the others looked be better in getting and get up and more suitable into the landscape.
We can't pretend that we are Arctic explorers. I mean,
We can pretend that we are Arctic explorers.
said Lucy. This is going to be exciting enough without pretending, Peter said, as he began leading the way toward the into the forest. There were heavy, darkish clouds over the ahead, and looked as if they might be more snow before night. I say, I say, began Edmund presently, ought we to be bearing a bit to left? That is, if we are aiming for the lamppost. He gotten more at the moment, and must pretend he must pretend never to even have been even in the wood before. And the moment that the words were out of his mouth, he realized that he had given himself away. Anyone's Everyone stopped, and everyone stared at him. Peter whistled. So, if you were here, said Pete, he said, that time Lou said she met you, she met you here, you made out that she was telling lies. There was a dead silence. Well, of all the poisonous little beasts, said Peter, and shrugged his shoulders and said no more. They seem they seem to they seem to be more to say, and four resume presently the four resumed their journey, but Edmund, who was saying no to himself, I pay I paid all I paid more I'll pay you all of this. You pack of stuck up and self satisfied prigs,
where are I mean, where are you? You are going anyway. Where are we going anyways?
said said Susan. She flied over the sake of changing the subject. I think Lou ought to be the leader, said Peter. Goodness knows she deserves it. Where will you take us, Lou?
What about going to see Mr. Thomas?
Said Lucy.
He's a nice fawn, and I told you about.
Everyone agreed to this and off they went, walking briskly. What's wrong? And stamped their feet. They Luce proved a good um proved to be a good leader, and at first she wondered whenever she would be able to find the way. She recognized that an odd looking tree, and one place and stump in another, and brought them into where the ground became even wet, and into the little valley, and at last to be the very door of Mr. Thomas's cave. But when but there was a terrible surprise awaited them. The door had been wrecked, and all the hinges and broken, and all the hinges and broken to bits. Inside, the cave was dark and cold, and had a damp feel, and and smell of a place that had been lived in for several days. Snow had drifted in the doorway, and it was heaped into the floor and mixed with something black and turned to be charred sticks and ashes from the fire. Someone had apparently flung it about in the room and then stamped it out, and and crockery lay smashed onto the floor, and the picture of the fawn's father had been slashed into shreds with a knife. That's not. That's a pretty good washout," said Edmund. "Not much good coming here." "What is this?" said Peter, stumping down. He had noticed that a piece of paper had been nailed through the carpet of the floor.
Is this anywhere written on it?
Said Susan. "Yes, I think there is," answered Peter, "but I can't read it in this light. Let's get out into the open air." They all went out to the on the daylight and crowded around Peter as he head out, following words. A former orbit of these premise, the Fawn Thomas is under arrest for waiting and awaiting his trial on charge of high treason against Her Imperial Majesty's Judy's Judas, Queen of Narnia, and Catholic of the Chair Paravan, Empress of the Lone Islands, C CTC ECT and ETC, also of confront confronting her said Majesty's enemies, harboring spies and and fraternizing with humans. Signed, Margaret, the captain of the secret police. Long live the Queen. Wow. The children stared at all. The children stared at all each other. I don't know what. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to like this place after all," said. Hold on. My dog wants to. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. Said Susan. "Oh, who's the Queen, Lou?" said Peter. "Do you know what happened Do you know anything about her?
She isn't really a queen at all. She isn't a real queen at all.
Answered Lucy.
She's a horrible witch. The White Witch. Everyone, all the world, the wood people hate her. She has made an enchantment over the country so that there is always winter and never Christmas.
I wondered if there is any point of in going on,
Said Susan.
I mean, there doesn't seem particularly safe here, and it looks like if I it wouldn't be much fun either. And it's getting colder every minute. And I we brought n- nothing to eat. What about just what about you just go? What about just going home?
But, I mean, but we can't. But we can't. But we can't.
Said Lucy suddenly.
Don't you see? We can't just go home after all this. It's all on my account that the poor fawn is gone into this trouble. He hid me from the White Witch, and and showed me the way back. That means that by confirming the Queen enemy and varization with humans, they simply must we must we must we simply must rescue them.
A lot we can do. A lot we can do, said and Edmund. We haven't gone to anything to eat. Shut up! Shut up, you! said said Peter. Oh, who has very is still very angry with Edmund. What do you think, Susan?
I am horribly feeling that Luce is right.
Said Susan.
I don't want to keep going further, but I wish that we had never come. But I think we must try to do something. For Mr. What his name is, I mean the fawn.
That is what I feel too, said Peter. I am worried about having no food with us. I I vote for going back and getting something from a larder. Only there doesn't seem very to be any certainly to get into this country again when I once that we have got out of it, and I think we still have to go on.
So do I.
Said both of the girls. If only if only we knew that the poor chap was in prison, um said Peter. They were all still wondering what to do next, and Lucy said,
Look, there's the robin, and such a red breast. It's the first bird I have ever seen. I say, and I wonder, can the birds talk in Narnia? It looks like it almost looks as if it want to say something to us.
and then she turned into to the robin and said,
Please, can you tell us where Thomas and the fawn has taken to?
as she said, this this she took a a step forward towards the bird, and it once flew away. It want it once flew away, but only as if to the next tree. There it perched and looked at them very hard, as if it stood all they had been saying, almost all without notice that they had done so. The 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 children went a step or two nearer to it. As this, the robin flew away again, and the next tree, and once more looked at them very hard, and couldn't have found a robin with a redder chest. It looked them, and you couldn't actually found a robin with a redder chest or a brighter eye.
Do you know? And said Lucy,
Do you know? Do you know? Said Lucy.
I really believe he means us to follow him.
I have an I I have an idea he does,
He said.
what do you think, Peter?
Well, we might. Well, he might try. As well try it," said Peter. The robin appeared to understand the matter thoughtfully and kept going from tree to tree, always a few yards ahead of them, but always so near that they could easily follow it. And it's in this way it lead them onto slightly downhill. Whenever the robins alighted a little shower of snow, it would fall from the branch. From the branch. Presently, the the sh- the clouds partly overhead the winter's sun and came out in the snow. All around them grew dazzling bright. They even traveled even this way for about half an hour, and the two girls in front, when Edmund said to Peter, "It's not so still, too high or mighty to talk to me. If I've something to say which you'd better listen to." "What is it?" said Peter. Hush, not so loud," said Edmund. There's no good frightening the girls. There's no good frightening the girls, but you have realized what we are doing." "What?" said Peter, lowering his voice to whisper. "We are we're following a guide to know nothing about. And do you know what said that bird is on? Why I shouldn't be leading us to a trap." "That's a nasty idea. Still a robin, you know. They're a good bird. I mean, that's a nasty idea. Still a robin, you know. They're good birds and all stories I have ever read, but I'm sure the robin wouldn't be in the wrong side. If it come, if it comes to that, I what it the right side. How we can know what the fonts are in the right and the queen. Yes, I know we have been told she's a witch. Is in the wrong, and we don't know anything either. The fawn saved Lucy. He did. He said he did, but how do you know we? And there's nothing. Another thing too. Anyone at least idea of the way home from here? Great Scott, said Peter. I hadn't thought of that.
And there's no chance of dinner either, said Edmund. Let's see if I can read up to chapter 9 for today. Hmm. A day with the beavers. I'll try to back up with the. While the two boys were whispering behind both the girls suddenly cried out, "Oh!" and stopped. The robin! I mean,
The rabbit!
cried the robin. Um, cried Lucy.
The rabbit's flown away!
And also, and so it had right to be out of sight. And now there, what are we gonna do? Said Edmund, giving Peter a look which was much to say as to say, "What did we? What did I tell you? I mean, now what we're gonna do?" Said Edmund, giving Peter a look which was much as to say, "What did I tell you?"
Shush! Look!
said Susan. "What?" said Peter. "There's something moving among the trees over there to left, to the left." And they stared as hard as they could. No one could feel uncomfortable.
There goes again! There it goes again!
Said Susan presently.
I saw.
"I saw it that time too," said Peter. It's still there, and it's gone behind the big tree. What is it?"
What is it?
Asked Lucy, trying hard, trying very hard to not sound nervous. "Whatever it is," said Peter, "it's dodging us, and it's something it doesn't want to be seen. Let's go,"
I mean, let's go home!
said S- Susan, and then drew nobody and drew drew nobody said out loud. Everyone suddenly realized the fact that Edmund had whispered to Peter that the end of the the last chapter they were lost.
What is like?
Said out Lucy. Lucy.
It's.
I mean,
It's some kind. It's some kind. It is kind of. It's a kind of animal.
said Lucy, and then
Look! Look! Quick! There it is!
and they saw at this time was a whiskered, furry face which looked out on them from behind a tree. But this time, it didn't look immediately drawn back. Instead, the instead the animal put its paw against its mouth against. Just as the humans put their finger on its lips when they are signaling to be quiet, and it disappeared again. Children all stood in their
breath. And a moment later, a stranger came. This a moment later, a stranger came out from behind the tree and glanced around as if it were afraid. Someone watching him said, "Hush," made signs of joining it, and a thicker bit of wood where it was standing where, and then once it more it disappeared. "I know what it is," said Peter. "It's a beaver. I saw the tail."
It is. It wants us to go for it,"
said Susan.
and and it is a warning us, and it is warning us to not make noises.
"I know," said Peter. "The question is, are we are going to allow it or not? What do you think, Lou?"
I think it's an,
I think it's a nice beaver.
said Lucy. "Yes, how do we know?" said Edmund.
Shan't we have to risk it?" said Susan. "I mean, there is no good. It's no good to stand here, be just standing here, and I feel I want some dinner."
At this moment, the beaver again popped its head out of the behind the tree and beckoned earnestly to them. "Come on," said Peter. "Let's try giving it a try. Let's giving it a try. All keep close together. We ought to be in a matter of one beaver if it turns to be an enemy." So the children all got close together and walked up to the tree, and when it and in behind of there were enough that they were they found the beaver, but it still drew back, saying to them in a hoarse, throaty whisper, "Further in, further in, like further in, come further in, right in here. You're not safe in the in the open." Only when it had led them to a dark spot where four trees grew so close together that the bones met, and the brown earth and pine needles could be seen underfoot. Because no snow had been able to fall there, did it began to talk to them. "Are you the son? Are you the sons of Adam? Adam and the daughters of Eve?" said. "We're some of them," said Peter. "Shh!" said the beaver. "Not so loud, please. We are not safe in even here." "We're not safe neither here." "Why are you afraid of?" said Peter. "There's no one here but ourselves." "But are the there are the trees," said the beaver. "They are listening. Most of them are on our side, but there are trees that would betray us to her. You know what I mean?" And it nodded its head several times. If it if it comes to the talking to the sides," said Edmund, "how do we know you're a friend?" "Not meaning to be rude, Mr. Beaver," said Peter, "but we see, but you see, we're strangers. Quite right, quite. I mean, quite right, quite right," said the beaver. Here we. Here is my token, which these woods had held them to a little white object, and all opened in a with a surprise. With suddenly, Lucy said,
Oh, of course. Of course. It's my handkerchief, the one that I gave poor Mr. Thomas.
"That's right," said the beaver. "Poor fellow, I got the wind. He got the wind of the arrest of before he it could happen, and handed over this to me. He said that if anything happened to him, I must meet you here and take you on to." And the beaver here the beaver's voice sank into silence and gave one or two very mysterious nods. Then, signally, signaling, and to the ch- children to stand as close around it as they possibly could, so that their faces were actually tickled by its whiskers. It add in a lower whisper. They add, I mean, they said, they say Aslan is on the move, said, and perhaps has already landed. And now, and a very curious thing happened. None of the children knew who Aslan was, as any more than they could do. But in the moment the beaver had spoken these words, open, everyone felt quite different. Perhaps has something happened to do with a dream that someone has said something which had that you don't understand in the dream. If it feels as if it has some enormous meaning, either a terrifying one which turns into the dream into a nightmare, or else a lovely meaning to love, a lovely too lovely to put into words, which makes the dream so beautiful that you remember it all life and are always wishing that you could get into the dream again, as if like that now. At the name Aslan, which one of the children felt something jump in its inside, Edmund felt a session of his mysterious horror. Peter felt silently brave and adventurous. Susan felt as if something delicious smelt, or something delightful strain of music, and had just floated by her, and Lucy the got the feeling that have when you have waken up in morning and realize that this is the beginning of the holidays, or in the beginning of summer. And what about,
And what about Mr. Thomas?
said Lucy.
Where is he?
Shh, said the beaver. Not here, not here. I must bring you where you where we can have a real talk, and also dinner. And no one expect Edmund felt any difficulty, but trusting a beaver now, and everyone, including Edmund, who was glad to hear the word dinner. There, they therefore all hurried along behind their new friend, who led them in a surprisingly quick pace, and always
in the thickest parts of the forest over for over an hour. Everyone was feeling sick, feeling very tired and very hungry, and when suddenly the trees began to get thinner in front of them, and the ground and the ground to fall steeply downhill. A minute later, they came under the open sky. The sun was still shining, and found themselves looking down in on a front sight. They were standing on the edge of of a steep, narrow valley in the bottom, of which ran, at least it would have been running if it had been frozen, and fairly a large river, just flowing just below them. A dam had been built across the river, and when they saw it, everyone suddenly remembered that, of course, the beavers are always dam making dams, and feels quite sure that the Mr. Beaver had made this one. They also noticed he now had a sort of modest expressions of his face, the sort of look of people that had have been have when they were visiting a a garden. They have made a reading story they have been reading, so it was only coming pointless. And Susan said, "What a lovely dam!" And Mr. Beaver didn't say hush. This time he said, merely a trifle, merely a trifle, and it isn't really finished." Above the dam there was what they call ought to be a deep pool, but it's now, of course, a level floor of dark green ice, and below the dam, where lower down was more ice. But instead of being smooth, it's all frozen and into a foamy and wavy shapes, in which the water had been rushing along at the very moment when the frost came, and where the water had been trickling over the spewing the spewing through the dam. That was a glittering wall of icicles, as if if the sides of the dam had been covered all over with flowers and reefs and and flotsams and the purest sugar, and made and out and out in the middle and partly in top of the dam was a funny little house, shaped rather like an enormous beehive. And from a hole of the roof, smoke was going up, so that when they saw it, especially if you were hungry, you at once a cooking and they became hungrier, cooking and hungrier than you were before. That was that was what the others chief flies noticed, but Edmund of noticed something else. And a lower down the river, there was another small river that came down another small valley to join it. And looking up the valley, Edmund could see the two small hills
and he was almost sure that there were two hills which the White Witch had pointed out to him, and when parted from her at the lamppost the other day. And then between them, he saw, he thought must be the palace. Only a mile off or less, he thought of the Turkish delights and about being a king. I wonder, I wonder how Peter will be that, would like that, he said. He asked himself, and horrible ideas came to his head. Here are, I mean, here are we, said Mr. Beaver. It looks as if Mrs. Beaver is expecting us. I'll lead the way, but we be careful and don't slip. The top of the dam was quite enough to walk on, though not for humans, but very nice place to walk be- because it was covered in ice. And though and through the frozen pool, it was very with the it on one side. There was a nasty drop to the lower river on the other. Along this route, Mr. Beaver led them into a single file right onto the middle, where they could look for a long way up the river and a long way down it. It had When they had reached the middle, they were at the middle of the house. I've been reading for 3 hours. Wow. Here are we. Here are we. Here we are, Mrs. Beaver. Mr. Beaver. I found them. Here are the sons of and daughters of Adam and Eve. And they all went in. First thing Lucy noticed it was went in she as she went in, it was a burning sound, and the first thing she saw was a kind looking old she beaver sitting on the corner of the thread of in her mouth, looking busily in her sewing machine. It was from it that sound came. She stopped her her work and got up as soon as the children came in.
At last. So you came at last.
Said, holding out both of her wrinkling old paws.
At last. You think that you ever I should live to see this day. The potatoes are boiling and the cows are singing, and I dare say, Mr. Beaver, you'll get us you'll get us some fish.
That I will, said Mr. Beaver, and he went out of the house. Peter went with him across the ice of the deep pool where the where he had a little hole in the ice, which he kept open every day with his hatchet, and he looked at a pail of them. Mr. Beaver sat down quietly in a hedge of the hole and he didn't seem to mind it being so chilly. Look hard into it. And then suddenly a shot on his fall, and before he you can say Jack Robertson had whisked out a beautiful trout. I'm gonna go watch Hellfire's stream as long as I'm reading.
Hey, my brother Chris, what up, man?
What up? Okay. Let's see. Uh, then he did it again all over again until he had a fine catch of fish. While meanwhile the girls were helping Mrs. Beaver to fill up the kettle. They laid at the table and cut the bread and put the plates into the oven to heat and draw a huge jug of beer for Mr. Beaver from a barrel which stood in one corner of the house, and to put to a frying pan and getting to drip a lot dripping hot. Lucy thought that the beavers had a very smug little home. True, it was not like at all like Mr. Uh, Thomas's cave. There were no books or pictures. Instead of the beds, there were bunks, like on board sh- on board ship, built into the um, built into the wall. All there were hams, strings, and options hanging from the roof and against the walls. There were gum boots and oilskins and hatchets and pairs of shears and spades and tawls and gives and things carrying mortal in the fishing rods and fishing nets and sacks, and threw and a cloth on the table drew very clean was very rough, just as the frying pan was nicely hissing. Peter and Mr. Beaver came in and with the fish, with Mr. Beaver had rid already opened his knife and cleaned out in the open air, and you can think how good the new caught fish smelled while they were frying, and how hungry the children longed for them to be done, and how very much hungry still they had become before. Mr. Beaver said, "Now you're really ready. I mean, now you're really ready. We're nearly ready. I mean, now we're really nearly ready." Susan drained the potatoes and then she put them all back into the empty pot to dry on the side of the range while Lucy was helping Mr. Beaver to the dishes up the trout so then that in the few minutes everyone was drawing up their stools. It was all three-legged stools in the beaver's house expected for the beaver's own special rocking chair, besides the fire, and be be prepared to enjoy themselves. There was a jug of creamy milk for the children. Mr. Beaver stuck to beer, and a great big lump of deep yellow butter in the middle of the table, from which one took as much as he wanted to go with his potatoes. All the children thought, and I agree with them, for there's not to beat good fresh fish, even if you eat it when it has been alive half an hour ago. It has come to the pan half a minute ago, and it had finished the and they had finished the when they had finished the fish, Miss Beaver brought unexpectedly out of the oven a great gloriously sticky mallored roll, steamed hot, and the the same time moved the kettle into the fire so that they had finished the mallored roll, and the tea was made and ready to be poured out. And when each person had got his or her cup of tea, each person shoved back his or her stool so to able to lean against the wall and gave a long sigh of contentment. Okay, and now and now, said Mr. Beaver, pushing away his empty beer of mug and putting his cup of his towards him. If you'll just wait until I've got my pipe light up lit up and going nicely. We're gonna get into business. Let's let's snowing again. He add co- he added, cocking his eyes with in in the window. That's all the better because it means we shan't have any visitors. If anyone should have been trying to follow you, why he won't find any tracks.
And now,
Said Lucy.
can you tell us, please, what's happened to Mr. Thomas?
That's bad, said Mr. Beaver, shaking his head. This is very. That's a very bad business. There is no doubt that he was taken off by the police. I got that form from a bird who saw it today.
But where he's taken too.
said Mr. Beaver. Well, well, they are heading northwards when they were last seen, and all we know is that that means no, we don't. No, we don't, said Susan. Mr. Beaver shook his head in a gloomy fashion. I'm afraid it means that they were taking him to her house, said the he said.
But what they do? What they'll do to him, Mr. Beavers?
Mr. said Lucy gasped Lucy. Well, Mr. Beaver, we can't exactly say for sure, but there is not many taken in there, and there ever comes again. Statues, all those statues. That is, and in the courtyard, up in the stairs, and in the hall, people. She's turned. He paused and shuddered into stone. Into stone,
But Mr. Beavers,
said Lucy.
we can't. We must be doing something to save him. It's too dreadful. It's all on my account.
I don't doubt you saved him. I don't doubt you save you sa- you'd save him if you could, dearie. Not
I don't. I don't doubt you'll save him if you could, dearie.
said Mr. B.
But you have no chance of getting into the house against her will and ever come out alive.
We we could we have some could we have some stratagem? Said Peter. I mean, I couldn't. I mean, I couldn't. We couldn't. We dressed up as something or pretend to be like peddlers or something or what till she was gone out or hang all it all. There must be some way. This fawn saved her from his own risk, Mr. Beaver, and we can't just leave him to have that done to him. It's no good, my. It, it's no good to. It's no good, son of Adam," said Mr. Beaver. No good, no good. You're trying of all, but now that Aslan isn't on the move, woot woot. Was Aslan on the move? All right, please leave a like, and I would actually continue the story. I'll see if I could try to see if I could try to do chapter 9 though, and I'll be ending that there. But if you like the story, please leave a like. Oh yes, I mean, oh yes, tell us about Aslan. And said several voices at once. For once again, had strange feeling that the first signs of spring, like good news, had come over them.
Who's Aslan?
Said Susan. Aslan, Mister said Mr. Beaver. We don't. Why don't you know? He's the king. He's the lord of the whole wood. But not often here. You understand? You never in my time or my father's time. But the word has reached us that he has come back. He is not. He's in Narnia at this moment, and he'll settle the White Witch all right. It 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 is he, not you, who will save Thomas. It was like somebody actually going on to the airport and stuff. This is dope. Whoop whoop. I was just watching Hellfire stream. It's fun to watch. Okay. Let's see. Okay. She won't turn him into stone too. Too? Said Edmund. Lord love you. Lord love you, son of Adam. What a simple thing to say, answered Mr. Beaver with a great laugh. Turn him into stone if she can stand on 2 feet and look at him in the face. It be most that she can do, and more expectedly I expect of her. No, no, he would put all the rights as is, say, as an old rhyme, in these parts. Wrong will be right when Aslan comes in sight. At the sound of his roar, sorrows will be no more. When there bares his teeth, what winter meets his its death. And and when he shakes his mane, we shall have spring again. Okay. You will you will be understand when you see him. You'll understand when you see him. But shall shall we see him? Said Susan. Why the daughter of Eve? That's what I brought you here for. I'm to lead you where you shall meet him, said Mr. Beaver.
Is he a man?
Asked Lucy. Aslan a man. Aslan a man, said Mr. Beaver sternly. Certainly not. I tell you, he's the king of of the of the wood, and the son of the great emperor beyond the sea. Don't you know who the king of the beasts is? Aslan is a lion. The lion, the great lion. said Susan. I thought he was a man. In, is he quite safe? I shall feel rather nervous meeting a lion.
That you will, dearie, and no mistakes.
Said Mrs. Beaver.
If there is anyone you can appear before Aslan without their knees knocking, they're either braver than most or else just silly.
Then he isn't safe.
Then he isn't safe.
Safe? Said Mr. Beaver. Don't you hear what Mrs. Beaver tells you? Who said anything about safe? Of course he's unsafe, but he's good. He's the king, I tell you. It's like I'm already halfway of the book already. I am longing to see him, said Peter. Even if I do feel frightened that it comes to the point. That's right. That is right, son of Adam, said Mr. Beaver, bringing his paws down on the table and with a crash that he made all the cups in a saucers rattle. And so you shall. One point. Word has been sent that you are to meet him tomorrow. You can in the stone table at the stone table.
Where is that?
Said Lucy. I'll show ya, said Mr. Beaver. It's it's down the river and a good step here. I'll take you into it. Meanwhile, I mean,
Meanwhile, we will. What about poor Thomas?
said Lucy. The quickest way you can help him is by going to meet Aslan, said Mr. Beaver. Once he's with us, then we can begin doing this. Not that we don't need to, but there's another two other old rhymes. When Adam's flesh and Adam's bones sits in a chair in a chair covered and throne, the evil time will be over and done. So things just been drawn near there now. He's come to now he has come to come. Okay. So things must be drawn near now and now he's come and come and you have come. We heard of Aslan coming into these parts before, long ago. Nobody can say when there is never been any of your face race here before. That's that's what I don't understand. That is what I don't understand, Mr. Beaver, said Peter. I mean, it isn't the White Witch herself. Isn't the White Witch herself human? She is like she be like us to believe it, said Mr. Beaver. And it is on that she is based on claim to be the queen. But she's no daughter of Eve. She has come for your father's Adam, for your father Adam's. Here, Mr. Beaver, here, here, Mr. Beaver bowed. Your father Adam's wife, her, she called Lilith, and she was one of the jinn. That's what I she comes from, and one on one side, and on the other, she has come of the giants. No, no, there isn't a drop of a human blood in the witch. That's why she's bad. She's bad all through, Mister Beaver.
That's why she's all bad through, Mr. Beaver.
Said Mrs. Beaver. True enough, said Mr. Beaver. Replied to he replied, there are many. There are made to be two views about humans, meaning no offense to represent company, but there is no views about things that look like humans aren't. We've, I mean, we've got good dwarves,
We got good dwarves.
said Mrs. Beaver.
So I now we could speak. So now we could speak. Come to speak of
She said to her husband.
and precious few, and they were once at least like men, but in general, take my advice when you meet anything goes around going to be human isn't yet or used to be human once, it isn't now or ought to be human and isn't. You keep your words on it and feel that you're hatchet. That's why the witch is always on the lookout for any humans in Narnia. She's been watching for you for this many a year. And if she knew there were four of you, she'd more she'd be more dangerous still.
That's what I with do it because of another prophecy, said Mr. Beaver. Down to Carville, that that's the city, the castle of the sea coast on the at the mouth of this river, which ought to be the capital of the whole country if it all was it should be down. down at Caravel, and there are four thrones. And as it's saying in Narnia time of mine, that Eve and when two sons of Adam and two daughters of see Eve sit on their of those four thrones, then it will be the end, and not only for the White Witch reigns, but her life. But that's why we had to be very cautious as we came along, for she would knew that about you for you your lives wouldn't be worth any shake of my whiskers. all all the children had been attent to so hard at what the beaver was telling them, and what they had noticed that nothing else for a long time. And then there, the moment of the silence, at which his um his last remark, Lucy suddenly said,
I, I see. Where's Edmund?
it was a dreadful pause, and when everyone began asking who saw him last, how long was he has he been missing, is outside, and then all rushed to the door and looked out, and the door was falling thickly and steadily in the green ice of the pool had vanished under the thick white blanket from where the little house stood, and in the center of the dam you could hardly see either bank, or they went over their ankles to the soft new snow, and went around the house in every direction. Edmund, Edmund! They called till they were hoarse, and they silently the fallen snow, and seemed to muffle to their voices, and there was nothing, not even echo and answer, echo and answer. How perfectly dreadful, said Susan, as they all at the last came in despair. How I wish, oh, how I wish we had never come. What on earth we're gonna do, Mr. Beaver? Mr. said Peter. Do? said Mr. Beaver, who was already putting his snow boots. Do, we must be off at once. We haven't have a moment to spare. We would better be divided into four search parties. And Peter, said Pete, we we better be into four search parties, said Peter, and go different directions. Whoever finds him must be back here and once, and search parties of Adam, son of Adam, said Mr. Beaver. What for? Why, to look for Edmund, of course. There is no point of looking for him, said Mr. Beaver.
What do you mean? Said Susan. He can't be far away yet. And we got to get to find him. What do we do? What do we mean? We can't. We say there's no use of looking for him. And the reason there is no use looking.
There is no reason to. There is the reason there is no use looking, said Mr. Beaver, as if we already know he's gone. Everyone stared in amazement. Don't you understand? He said. Mr. Beaver said. He's gone to her, to the White Witch. He has betrayed us all.
Oh, surely. Oh, really? Said Susan. He can't be done that. He could. He can't have done that.
Can't he? Said Mr. Beaver, looking very hard at the three children. Everything they want to say died on their lips, and which felt suddenly quite certainly inside that that it was exactly what Edmund had done. But will will he know the way? Said Peter. Has has he had been in this country before? Said Mr. Beaver. Has he ever been here alone?
Yes,
Said Miss said Lucy almost in a whisper.
I'm afraid he has.
And I did and I did tell you that he had done or what he had done or but did he tell you what he had done or do he or who he met?
Well, no, he didn't.
Said Lucy. Then mark my words, said Mr. Beaver. He has already met the White Witch and joined her side and had been where and told where he lives. I think I didn't like to mention it before. He be he be he being a bird and all, but one moment I set eyes on the brother of yours, and I said to myself, treacherous and treacherous. Said the he had the look on one who has been with the White Witch and eating her food, and I can always tell if we long have lived long in I sometime in those their eyes. All the same, said Peter with a rather choking sort of voice. We still have to go and look for him. He is our brother after all. Even if he's rather a little beast, he's only a kid. Go to the what? Go to the white. Go to the witch's house. Said Mr. Beaver. Don't you see that the only chance to saving either him or yourselves is to keep her keep is to keep away from her?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Said Lucy. Why, she's all she all wants is to get all four of you. She's taking all the time for all four drones and share Carvel. Once you were all inside her house, her job would be done, and therefore be be four new statues of her collection before you had time to speak. But she'll keep him alive as long as the only one she's got. This because She'll wants to use him as a decoy, as bait to as catching the rest of you all with.
Oh no, can no one help us? Said
Alice, said Lucy. Only Aslan, said Mr. Beaver. We must go and meet him. That's the only chance now. It's a,
it seems that we to me that my dear said Mrs. Beaver
that
that is very important to know that it's just when he slipped away and how much he can tell that you can tell depends on you how you heard much heard in instance that had starting talking from of Aslan before he left. If not, then we may do very well. For she won't know that Aslan is has come to Narnia, and and that we are meeting him, and 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 we're quite off her guard as far as that's concerned.
I don't remember his being here when we were talking about Aslan. Began Peter, but Lucy interrupted.
Oh yes, he was.
He, he said, She said, misery.
Don't you remember? It was he who asked whenever the queen, the witch, couldn't turn Aslan into stone too.
So he, so he did, by Jove, said Peter, just as sort of anything, other thing he would say so. So too, worse and worse, said Mr. Peter. And the next thing is this. Was he still here when I told you that the place for meeting Aslan was the stone table? And of course, no one knew the answer to the question. Because he was, if he was, said, continued Mr. Beaver, she was sim- then she'll simply sledge down in the direction and get between us and the stone table and catch us on our way down. And in fact, we shall be cut off from Aslan. But that is what she'll do first, said Miss,
But that will be what you'll do first.
said Mrs. Beaver,
If you, if I know,
said Miss, at the moment that Edmund,
if I know, if I not if I know her, that the moment that Edmund tells her that we're still, and she set out to catch us this night, very night. If he's gone about half an hour, she'll be here in another 20 minutes.
you're right, Mrs. Beaver, said said her husband. We must all get away from her. There's not a moment to lose. All right. Let's see what he's gonna say.
Yeah, right now. Oh, the fourth person is in. We'll go around to the other side so we can catch the other guys. I was hoping this stupid pole right here next to me that's making all this noise. I was hoping that it's a flagpole, guys. And the little the rope thingy is smacking the pole.
All right. Now, of course, that we know that what had happened to Edmund. He had eaten his share of the dinner, but he hadn't enjoyed it because he was thinking about getting of that Turkish delight. Because it's not there's nothing that spoils that good taste of the original food have, and so much. has the memories of the bad magic food, for he had heard that the conversation and hadn't enjoyed much either because of the he kept on thinking about the others were making taking no notice of him and trying to give him the cold shoulder, and they weren't they, but he imagined it. But when he until listened until Mr. Beaver told him about Aslan, until he heard the whole entire arrangement of meeting Aslan in the stone at the stone table, it was then that he would begin very quietly to sit to edge himself under the certain which hung over the door, or mentioned that Aslan had gave him a mysterious and horrible feeling that it has been gave that the others a mysterious, lovely feeling. Just as Mr. Beaver has been repeating the rhyme that Adam's flesh and bone, Edmund had been very quiet, even turning the door handle, and just before Mr. Beaver had begun telling him that the White Witch has wasn't really human at all, but have a half gen of gin and half a giantess. Edmund had got outside into the snow and cautiously closed the door behind him. You must think that even now Edmund was quite so bad, and he would actually wanted his brother and sisters to turn into stone. He did want Turkish delight to be a prince and later be a king, and to pay Peter back in calling him a beast, as if what the queen would do with the others. He didn't want her to be particularly nice to them, and certainly not to put them on the same level as him. But he managed to believe, or to pretend he believed that she wouldn't do anything very bad to them, because he said so he said so to himself. All these people who say nasty things about her in her own enemy are her enemies, and probably half isn't true. She is jolly and nice to me. Anyway, much nicer than they are. I expect she is rightful queen, really. Anyway, she'll be better than that awful Aslan. At last she what at last at least that was an excuse he made for his in his own mind for what he's doing, and it wasn't very good excuse, however, for deep down inside he really knew that the White Witch was bad and cruel. First thing he realized when he got outside the front of the white falling the snow falling right around him was that he had left his coat behind and the beaver's house, and of course there was no chance of going back in to get it now. And the next thing he realized, he was in the day that daylight was gone, almost gone, for it had been nearly 3 o'clock when they sat down to dinner, and the winter days were short. He had reckoned on this, but he had to make the best of it. So he turned up his color and shuffled across the top of the dam. And luckily, it was so slippery since the snow had fallen to the far side of the river. It was very bad when he reached the far side. It was growing darker every minute, and it had and that in the snowflakes swirling around him, and he could hardly see 3 feet ahead. And then there was no road. He kept slipping into the deep drifts of snow and skidding on frozen puddles and tripping over fallen tree trunks and sliding down steep banks and barking his shins against rocks. He was wet and cold and bruised all over and silent. The silence and the loneliness were dreadful. In fact, I really think he might have been given up the whole entire plan on gone back, owned up, made friends with the others, and he hadn't happened to say to himself, when I'm king of Narnia, I for the first thing I shall do to keep make some decent roads, and of course that set him off thinking about being a king and all the things he would do, and this cheered him up a good deal. He had just settled in his mind what sort of place he would have been and how many cars and all this private kamina karma and where all the principal railways would run and all the laws he would make against beavers and dams and was putting the finishing touches and some schemes for better keeping Peter and his place. And when it, and the weather changed first, the snow stopped, and then a wind sprang up and came freezing cold. Finally, the cold the clouds rolled away and the moon came out. It was a full moon and shining on that snow and came every almost as bright as day. Only the shadows were rather confusing, for he never had found his way if the moon had come out by the time and got into the other river. You remember he had seen when he had first arrived at the beavers a smaller river flowing into a great um, one lower down. Now he reached his now he reached this. He turned into and following it up, and by the little valley down, which came, it was a steeper and rockier than the one that he had just left, and much overgrown with bushes. So he came not have managed it all in the dark, even as it was. He got wet through, for he had to stoop under branches, and great loads of snow came sliding off on his back. And every time that this happened, he thought more and more how he hated Peter, and just as if this had been Peter's fault. But at last he came to part where he was more leveled in the valley opened out, and there on the other side of the river, quite close to him, and the middle of a little plain, when between two hills he saw was to be the white witch's house, and the and the moon was shining brighter than ever. The house was really a small castle, and it seemed to be for all towers, little towers, and long point spears on them, sharp as needles. They looked like their huge duchess caps and or sorcerer's caps, for they are shown in the moonlight, and their long shadows looked strange into the snow. And Edmund began to be afraid of the house. It was a little too late to think to going turning back. He crossed the river and on the ice and looked and walked up to the house. There was nothing stirred, not a slight sound either. Rocky Mountain Metro. Let's see what he's gonna say.
I'm gonna do some rail fanning out here too, because there's a dope rail fanning spot around the corner from here. Well, not around the corner, but close. And I was gonna go there, but with all this wind, I'm not gonna go there either. I'm still gonna rail fan, but I'm gonna go somewhere else. God, my hands are cold, guys. Like frozen solid. All right, put my tripod down, and then we'll go ahead and roll to the next destination, which is gonna be to rail fan. The rail fanning stream is on a whole nother stream though. So if you're gonna just stick around for rail fanning next, it's on a whole nother stream. But all you have to do is when this stream ends, it'll redirect you right to the rail fanning. So you don't have to do anything. Ugh. Well, damn guys, sorry I was planning on a much longer plane spotting live stream than that. But I do need some of your warm homemade chocolate chip cookies. I agree. I agree, Tammy Reagan. I was like a frozen chocolate chip out there. Shit. I was a chocolate chip. Except I wasn't a melting chocolate chip. I was a frozen chocolate chip. Frozen solid chocolate chip. Standing out there trying in a plain spot. That was hardcore, guys. I don't know how I made it. What? How long did this? Hour? Like 15 minutes? I don't know how I did it. That was amazing. Here's the other side of the airport where the little small planes are. Smaller, anyway. Let's see, can I get a good shot of this for you guys real quick? Are you starting to book, Chris? Right on, bro. I can't wait to get back into reading on the channel, but I'm still waiting on YouTube for the other channel. How's it going, everybody? We are done plane spotting. That came and went quick. I usually do like 3 or 4 hour live streams anytime I live, and so I don't usually do them so short. But the wind was unbearable. Like I just couldn't take it anymore. So now I'm eating a Pop Tart and I'm about to head to Denver.
So I kind of figured that this is actually.
Yay, Tammy Step. I can't
So
wait.
I kind of figured this is kind of like almost like a basketball
20's been
situation.
ridiculous, man. And it's still not over yet, too. 6 more weeks, it says Phil. I hope it's not windy like this in Denver. I don't think it was when I left the house. For some reason, I've been having Willie Nelson playing in my head all day. Like, I don't know why. I guess I need to hear some Willie Nelson. But I can't listen to Willie Nelson while I'm on ice cream, though, of course. YouTube would have a fit. Thanks for coming through, everybody that's watching. If you're a plane spotter, the plane spotting portion is over. It was just too windy, so we were out there for a good hour. We plane spotted some good planes, though. Some really cool planes, especially at the beginning. That JSX plane was really cool. Uh, but it's like super windy, like on another level. So it's blowing my tripod over out there. My hands were freezing. It was just bad. So if you're into plane spotting, that part is over. Now we're about to go do some rail fanning. And for anyone that doesn't know what rail fanning is, that's where we go and watch the trains do the dance.
Yeah.
We are in Broomfield, Colorado at the moment, northwest northwest suburb of Denver. I can't. And I heard it. I heard y'all were going there because I was listening before I got here to the airport.
All right then. Let me finish my book. Let me continue my book so that
The rail line that we were going to go to is right to the left of us, guys. That's where we're going to go to rail van. But we're not going to go there now. It's too windy out here, out in this area, in the foothills. We'll find another spot. We have any rail vans in here? If you're real,
I had to finish my book. I had to continue my book. All right. Cool. So all right. There was nothing starting. All right. Where was I? There was nothing starting or slightly sound anywhere, and he made his he made the no noise on the steep fall newly fallen snow. He walked on and on and passed through the corner of the house and passed through there, turn it to find the door, and for there he goes right at far side before he found it. It was huge, and it had great iron gates stood wide open. Edmund crept up and the arch and looked inside into the country yard, and there he saw a sight of nearly a made his heart stop beating, and just the gate and the open moon and the moonlight shining on it stood enormous lion crouched as if they ready to spring, and Edmund stood in the shadow of the arch and afraid to go on and afraid to go back, and he and his knees go knocking to, um, together, and he stood there so long that his teeth would have been clattering in the cold, even if they had not been chattering with fear. How long this really lasted, I don't know. It seems to Edmund it to last for hours. Then last he began to wonder why the lion was standing so still in the and had moved 1 inch since he first set eyes on it. Edmund, who ventured a little nearer and still keeping in the shadow of the arch as much as he could, he now saw the he now saw uh, okay. He now saw that from the way from the lion was standing that it couldn't have been looking at him at all. But suppose it did it turns its head, to, but suppose it turns its head, thought Edmund, and it was staring something else, namely the little white dwarf who stood back in his back into about 4 feet away. Ah! Thought Alice. Thought Edmund. It would spring. It springs that the dwarf will be my chance to escape. But still, the lion never moved, nor the dwarf did. And now, at last, that he Edmund remembered what the others had said about the White Witch turning people into stone. Perhaps the only it was only a stone island lion. As soon as he thought that he noticed that the lion's back and the top of his its head were covered in snow. Of course, it was to be a statue. No living animal would have let itself to be covered in snow. When then, very slowly, it with his heart beating as if it would burst, Edmund ventured to go up to the lion. Even now, he hardly dared to touch it, but last he put out his hand and quickly and did. It was cold stone. He had been frightened for a mere statue, and the relief which he meant felt was so great that in spite of the cold, he suddenly got warmth all over, right down to his toes, and at the same time, there he came into his head what seemed to perfectly a perfectly lovely idea. Lovely, probably he might. He thought, this is the great lion Aslan that they were talking about. She caught him already, turning him into stone, but that's the end of the fine ideas about him. Pooh, who's afraid of Aslan? But he stood glowing over the stone lion. But presently he did see something very silly and childish. He took a stump on the lead pencil of his pocket and scribbled a mustache on the lion's upper lip, and then pair of speculate on its eyes. And then he said, "Silly old Aslan, how do you like being stoned? You you thought of yourself mighty fine, didn't it? Didn't you?" But in spite of all the scribbles on it, in the face of the great stone beast still looked so terrible and sad and noble, and staring up into the moonlight that Edmund didn't really get any fun out of jeering at it. He turned away and began to cross the county yard. As he got into the middle of it, he saw that there were dozens of statues all about, standing near here and there, rather as the pieces stand on the chess as on a chessboard. When it was halfway through to the game, there were stone stars and stone wolves and bears and foxes and a cam mount and a cat mountains of snow of stone. There were lovely stone shapes and looked like women who were really spirits of the trees. There were there was a great shape of a centaur and a winged horse and a long lich creature that Edmund took to be a dragon. They all were all strange standing. They were perfectly lifelike and also perfectly still. In the bright, cold moonlight, it was eerie work crossing the country county yard, and the middle of the very stood a huge shape of a man, but as tall as a tree, and a fierce face in a shaggy beard, and the a great club on its right, even though he knew it was only a stone giant and not a live one. Edmund did not like going passing to pass it. Now he saw that there was a dim light showing from the doorway on on the far side of the country yard. He went onto it. There was a flight of stone steps going up to open door. Edmund went up them. Of course, across the three hole laid a gray wolf. It's all right, it's all right, he kept saying to himself. It's only a stone wolf. It can't hurt me. And as raised, he raised his leg and stepped over it. Intensely, the huge creature rose, with all the hair and bristling around its back, opened a great red mouth and said in a growling voice,
Who's there? Who's there? Stand still, stranger, and tell me who you are. If you please, sir, said Edmund, trembling so that he could hardly speak. My name is Edmund, and I'm the son of Adam that Her Majesty's met in the woods, and the other day I have come to bring her news that my brothers and sisters are now in Narnia, quite close to the beaver's house. She wants to see them. I'll tell her, I'll tell Her Majesty, said the wolf. Meanwhile, stand still on the on the threshold as you vow your life. Oh wow! I had to really. Then it vanished into the house. Edmund stood waited. His fingers attached to his cold with the cold, and his heart pounding within the chest. Presently, the great wolf, Magaron, the chief of the witches' secret police, came bounding back and said, "Come in, come in, come in, fortunate favorite of the queen, or else not so fortunate." And Edmund went in, take, taking great care not to tread on the wolf's paw. He found himself on a long, gloomy hall in a many pillows filled, as the country the county had been in statues. The one nearest to the door was a little fawn, and very sad expression on his face, and Edmund couldn't help wondering if that might be Lucy's friend. And the only light came from the single lamp, and close beside this sat the White Witch. "I've come, Your Majesty," said Edmund, rushed eagerly forward. "How dare you come alone?" said the Queen, and with a terrible voice. "Did I tell you not to bring the others with you?" "Please, Your Majesty," said Edmund. "I've done my best I can. I've gone quite close. I, I've, they're in the little house of the top of the dam and just up in the river with the Mr. and Mrs. Beaver." The, a slow.
A slow, a slow, cruel smile came over the witch's face.
Is this all your news? Is this all your news?
No, Your Majesty, said Edmund, and proceeded to tell her all he had heard before leaving the beaver's house.
What, Aslan?
Cried the queen.
Aslan, is this true? If I find you, if I find you have to lie to me.
Please, I only repeating what they said, stammered Edmund. But the queen was no longer attentive to him and clapped at her hands intensely, for the same dwarf who Edmund had seen before appeared.
Make ready for a sledge,
Said the queen, said the witch.
and use the harness without bells.
Okay, it's buffering.
But yes, it's hellfly. Now that it must, now that we must be back to Mr. and Mrs. Beaver and their three other children. As soon as the Mr. Beaver said, "There is no time to lose. There is no time to lose." Everyone began bundling themselves into coats, except for Mrs. Beaver, who started picking sacks and laying them on the table and said,
Now, Mrs. Beaver, Mr. Beaver, it's just reach down at the ham, and there's a packet of tea, and there's sugar and some matches, and if some will get to the three loaves out of the cook over there in the corner.
We, what are we, what are we doing, Mrs. Beavers?
exclaimed Susan.
Packing a load of us, dearie.
Said Mrs. Beaver very coolly.
We, you don't even think that set on to the journey, but nothing to eat, didn't you? A journey with nothing to eat, didn't you?
But we haven't time.
Said Susan, buttoning co- the collar of her coat.
She may be, she may be here any minute.
That's that's what that's what I say," said Mr. Beaver.
Get along with you all.
His said his wife.
Think of it over, Mr. Beaver. We can't be here for a quarter and an hour at last. Don't we?
Mm-mm. Let's see if I could try to like take a little break. Cause
How you doing, Luna? First on. Look at that.
all right. I think that'll be it for now. So we're actually gonna be
How we doing today? How we doing today? Who do we got here? Matt, Sid, Gary, Zed, Sonic, Thurston now, WI2,
all right.
Arizona,
I think I was trying to see if I could try to continue this tomorrow
Mr. Jeremy, Colorado
or so.
Springs,
I don't
Anna,
know.
Dave, Matt, Mark, Chuck, Luna. How y'all doing today? Ben, Ben
So far, this
Bay,
is a really good book.
Indigo Light, Hobo, Kathy. Just a friendly reminder, if y'all ain't got the thumbs up button yet, smash it, punch it, kick it, lick it. We don't care how you do it. Stop sitting on it. No reason in the world to sit on thumbs up. Say,
All right.
don't be part of the salty crew. Say that salt pour the popcorn. Wally, how you doing?
I'm probably actually gonna try to do it. No wait, no wait. I got an idea.
Alright, we still got a few minutes before we can take off.
All right, we got some more. All right. All right.
getting on. Oh,
Oh, but Mr. Beaver, she can't be in over an hour at least.
But don't we? But we want. But don't we want as big as a start as we can get? Said Peter. If we are in the reach of the stone table before her,
You got to remember that.
we got to remember that, Mrs. Beaver, said Susan. As we, as soon as we, as soon as we as look as here and finds we are gone, she will be off in top of speed. As soon as we as she'll look here and find we're gone, she'll be in top speed.
That she will.
She's Mrs. Beaver, said Mrs. Beaver,
But we can't get there before. Here we will do. Before she will be on her sledge. But we be walking.
then we have no hope, said Susan.
Now we can't get fussing. There's a deer. There's a deer.
Said Mrs. Beaver.
But that get a dozen clean handkerchiefs out of the drawer, and of course we got hope. We got hope that we can't get over here. But we can't go over here. But we can keep under cover and go this way, and we will expect perhaps we'll get through. That's true.
That's true, Mrs. Mr. Beaver, said Mr. Beaver, said her husband. But it's time that we were out of this. And don't know where start fussing either, Mr.
And we start and don't start fussing either,
Mr. Beaver,
Mrs. Beaver.
said her his wife. There
There's that's a better. There's
5 loads of the smallest of the smallest of us. That's you, my dear. She's looking at Lucy.
oh, do please come on.
Said Lucy,
And I'm nearly ready now.
answered. Well, I'm nearly ready now, Mrs. said. Mrs. answered Mrs. Beaver at last. I'm reading a lot faster too. Allowing her husband to help her out with her snow boots, I suppose.
I suppose that we're sewing. The sewing machine's too heavy to bring.
Yes, it is, Mr. Beaver, said Mr. Beaver. A great deal too heavy, and you don't think we'll be able to use it while we're running? We're on the run, I suppose.
I can't bit.
I can't bear a thought of the white witch, of that white witch fiddling with it,
said Mrs. Beaver.
and breaking it or stealing it. It's not. It's lucky it's not.
Please, please, please do hurry, said the three children. And so, as last they got outside and Mr. Beaver locked the door, it delayed her a bit. It delayed her. It delayed her a bit. He said, "It will delay her a bit," and set off and carrying their loads over the shells, and the snow started to stop, and the moon had got out of and out when they began their journey. They went in a single file. First Mr. Beaver, then Lucy, and then Peter, and then Susan, and Mrs. Beaver. Last all, Mr. Beaver led across the dam on the right bank of the river, along with the very rough sort of path among the the trees, round, right down to the bank of to the river bank and sides of the valley, shining on in the moonlight, towering up far beyond them on either side. Because keep down here as much as possible, he said. I mean, keep down here as much as possible, he said. She'll have to keep the top, and you could not bring the sledge, and you couldn't bring a sledge here down here. It would have been a pretty enough scene to look at the through a window for a comfortable armchair, even as things were. Lucy enjoyed it at first, but as they were walking and walking and walking, and as the sack as she was carrying felt heavier and heavier, and began to wonder if she was going to keep it all at all, and she stopped looking at the dazzling brightness of the frozen river with all the waterfalls of the ice and the white masses of the tree tops and the great glaring down in the countless stars it could only watch, and the little short legs of the beaver, Mr. Beaver, and going pat, 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 pat through the snow and front of her as if they were never going to stop. The moon disappeared and the snow began to fall once more, and at last Lucy was so tired that she was almost asleep and walking at the same time. And when suddenly she found that the Mr. Beaver had turned away from the river bank to the right and was leading them steeply uphill into a thick bushes, and then she came awake and found Mr. Beaver was just vanishing into a little hole in the bank which had been almost hidden under the bushes under until it were quite on top of it. In fact, by the time she realized she was happening to only that his short flat tail showing, Lucy immediately stomped it down and crawled in after him. Then she heard noises, scrambling and puffing and panting behind her, and a moment all five of them were inside. Whenever what what wherever is this? Said Peter. Peter's voice sounded tired and pale in the darkness. I hope you know what I meant by a little sounding pale.
sounding pale. It is the old hidden place for the beavers in bad times, said Mr. Beaver. And the great secret, it's not much of a place, but we must be get we must get a few hours sleep. If you hadn't, I mean,
If you haven't all haven't having plaguely fuss when we are starting, we brought some pillows.
said Mrs. Beaver. It wasn't nearly as such a nice cave as Mr. Thomas, Lucy thought, but as a hole in the ground, but dry and earthly, it was very small. So it thought that they were all laid down and were all in a bundle of, co- of clothes together, and what with being warmed up by their own long walk, they were really rather snug. If only if the the floor of the cave had been in a smoother than Mrs. Beaver had it around the dark and little flask out of which everyone drank something, and it made the couch and splendors, spl- a coffin splutter, and the and little and a little snug the throat, but it is also made that you are deliciously warm after you swallowed it, and after everything, and everyone went straight to sleep. And seemed that Lucy only the next minute through looking. It was hours and hours later. She walked up, feeling a little cold and dreadfully sniff, and thinking how she would take a hot bath, and she felt that a set of long whiskers tickling her cheek, and saw that cold daylight coming through the mouth of the cave. But immediately after, she was very wide awake indeed. She was everything else that they were all sitting up with their mouths in wide open, and opening, listening to a sound which was the very sound they all been thinking of, and sometimes imagined they heard there were walk last. It was a sound of jingling bells, for Mr. Beaver was out of the cave like a flash that the moment he heard it. Perhaps you think, as Lucy thought in a moment, that it was a very silly thing to do, but it was really a sensible one. He knew he could have scrambled to top up of the bank among bushes and brambles without being seen, and he wanted to, above all things, to see what the way of the witch's sledge went, and the others had sat in the cave, waiting and wondering what, and wait nearly 5 minutes. Then they heard something, and it frightened them, and much as they heard noises, oh, like, oh, thought,
Oh,
said Lucy.
he's been seen. He's been seen. He's been seen. She's caught him.
was their surprise when later that they heard Mr. Beaver's calling them in front outside the cave. It's all right, he was shouting. Come here. It's all right, he was shouting. Come out, Mrs. Beaver. Come out, son of daughter, son of sons and daughters of Adam. It's all right. It isn't her. It was a bad grammar of course, but this is how beavers talk when they are excited. And I mean, in Narnia, in our way, they usually don't talk at all. But Mrs. Beaver and the children came bundling out in the cave, all blink in the daylight, with the earth all coming over them, and look as frostily unbrushed and uncombed, and with a sleep of their eyes. Come on, said cried Mr. Beaver, and almost dancing with delight. Come and see. This is a this is a nasty knock for the witch, and looks as if her powers is being crumbled. What do you mean, Mr. Beaver? Said Peter, as if they were scrambled up in steep bank of the valley together. Didn't I tell you? Answered Mr. Beaver, that she made always winter and never Christmas. But didn't I tell you? Well, just come and see. Well then, that they were all on top and did see was a sledge, but and it wasn't reindeer, but with bells on their harness, they far but they were far bigger than the witch's reindeer, and they were not white and but brown. And the sledge sat a person who everyone knew in a moment and set their eyes on. What the man was a huge he was a huge man, and a with a bright red robe, bright with holly berries, with a hood that fur inside, and a great white beard that felt like it was a foaming waterfall for his coat. Everyone knew because everyone knew him because through you see of sort of only a Narnia, you see pictures of him and near him talk even to our world, the world on this side of the door. But when you see them in Narnia, this is rather different. Some of the pictures of Father Christmas in our world make him only funny and jolly, but now that the children actually stood looking at him, they didn't find it quite like that. He was so big and so glad and so real that they all came quite still and be very glad by but also solemn. Mhm. I have come at last, he said. She has kicked me out for a long time. Ho ho ho! But I have gone in at last. Aslan on the move, and the witch's magic is weakened.
Lucy felt running her, through her that she kept shivering gladness that you only got to if you get being solemn and still. And now, said said Father Christmas, for your present, there is a new and better sewing machine for you, Mrs. Beaver. I'll drop it at your house as I pass. If,
If you please, sir,
said Mrs. Beaver.
making a cursive, it's locked up.
Ho, ho, ho. Locks and bolts make no difference to me, said Father Christmas. As if you, Mr. Beaver, when you get home, you'll find your dam finished in mend, and all the leaks stopped in the new sluice gate fitted. Mr. Beaver was pleased that he had opened his mouth very open, his mouth very open wide, and then he found he couldn't say anything at all. Peter, Peter, I mean, Peter's, Peter, Adam's son, said Father Christmas. Here, sir, said 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 Peter. These are your presents, was the answer, and they are tools, not toys. The time is to use them is to perhaps near the hand. Bear them well. With these words, he handed to Peter a shield and sword, and shield. The shield was a covered was in color of silver, and crossed in there, ramped a red line as bright as a ripe strawberry at the moment when you pick it up. The hilt of the sword was all golden, and it was and had a slit a of a sword belt and everything it needed. It was is just a right size with weight for Peter to use, and Peter was silent and solemn as he received these gifts. He felt that they were very serious kinds of presents. Susan's daughter's Eve's daughter, Father said Father Christmas. These are for you, and they hand her and he handed her a bow and a quiver full of arrows and a little ivory horn, for it must be the bow only for the great need. Only must be used for the great need, he said. For for I am not mean for you to fight in the battle, but it does me not but it's not easily missed. You when you put this horn to your lips and blow it, then wherever you are, I think help of some kind you'll come to you. And at last, he said, Lucy, Eve's daughter. And Lucy came forward. He gave a little bottle and what looked like glass, but People said afterwards it was made of diamond and a small dagger. In this bottle, he said, there is a coral made of juice, and one of the fire flowers that grow in the mountains of the sun. If you have any of your friends is hurt and drop few drops is this will restore them, and then the dagger is to defend yourself to at great need for you also not to be able in the battle,
Why, sir,
said Lucy.
I'm. I think I don't know, but I think I could be brave enough.
That is not the point, he said. But battles are ugly when women fight. And now, here he suddenly looked less grave. Here is something for moment for all, he said, and he brought out. I suppose from the big bag at his back, but not no, but nobody quite saw him do it. But a large tray contained with 5 cups of saucers and bowl and lamp sugar and jug of cream and a great big teapot is sizzling in a piping hot. Then he cried out, Merry Christmas and long live the true king! Ho ho ho! He cracked his whip, and he and the reindeer and the sledge and all were all in sight before anyone realized that they were all started. Peter had just drawn his sword out of his sleigh shelf and was showing it to Mr. Beaver and Miss when Mrs. Beaver said,
Now then, now then, now then, now then, now then. Don't talk there. Don't standing. Don't talk till here's got she's got gold. Just like men. Come, help, and carry the tray down, and we'll have breakfast. Wait, and why a mercy? I thought of bringing the knife bread, the bread knife.
so steep that bank they went back into the cave, and Mr. Beaver cut some of the bread and ham into sandwiches, and Mrs. Beaver poured out the tea, and everyone enjoyed themselves. But long before they had finished along themselves, Mr. Beaver said, Time to move on now. Edmund Wow had been had the most disappointed time when the dwarf had gone to the sledge and had expected that the witch would start to be nice to him, and as he had been at their last meeting, she had said nothing at all, and had at last Edmund plucked by his courage to say, "Please, Miss, Your Majesty, I could have some Turkish delight. You, if you said," she answered.
Silence, fool!
Then she appeared to change her mind and said to herself,
And yet it will not do have and yet it will not do to have the brat fainting on the way.
once more clapped her hands, and another dwarf appeared. Bring the human creature food and drink, said the she said, and the dwarf went away and presently returned with an iron bowl and some water in it, and a iron plate of a hunk of dry bread on it. He grinned in a repulsive manner as he sent them down into the floor besides Edmund and said, Turkish delight for the little prince. Take it away, said Edmund sulkily. I don't want dry bread. But the witch but the witch suddenly turned onto him with such a terrible expression on her face that he apologized and began nibbling at the bread through as it was so stale he could hardly get it down. You may be glad enough for it before you taste bread again, said the witch. While he was still chewing away, the first dwarf came back and noticed that the sledge was ready and announced that the sledge was ready, and the white witch rose and went on ordering Edmund to go with her. The snow was again falling as they came to the corner yard, courtyard, but she took no notice that she had made Edmund sit beside her on the sledge. Before they have drove off, she called Magrim, Margrim, Magrim, and he came upon with an enormous, like an enormous dog to the height of the sledge. Take with you with the swiftest of the wolves and go at once to the house of the beavers, said the witch, and kill whatever you find there. And you're ready, if they're already gone, then make all the then all then make all to the stone table, but do not be seen. What you wait for me for your in hiding, I'm and I meanwhile must go many miles to the west before I find a place where I can drive across the river. You may take over these humans before they reach the stone table. You know, you'll know what to do. You find them. I hear and obey, O Queen, growled the wolf, and immediately he shot away into the snow darkness as quickly as a horse can gallop. And in few minutes he called another wolf as he was with down on the sniffing the beaver's house, but of course they found it empty, and it would have been a dreadful thing for the beavers and the children if the night had remained fine, for the wolves would have been able to follow their trail and on to 1 10 to 1 would have been overtaking them before they have got to the cave. But now that the snow had begun and scent was cold,
and even footsteps were covered up. Meanwhile, the dwarf whipped the reindeer with the witch and Edmund, who drove under the archway and on the and away into darkness and the cold. That was a terrible journey that for Edmund, who had no cold before. They had been going quarter of. In an hour, and all the front of them was covered in snow. He soon stopped trying to shake off it because as quickly as he did, a lot, a lot of a new lot gathering. He was tired. Soon, he was wet to the skin, and oh, miserably he was. It didn't look now if it's the White Witch intend to make him a king. All things he had said to make himself believe that she was a good and kind, and that her side was really the right side, sound like too silly to him now. Now he would have been given anything to meeting the others at this moment, even Peter. The only way to comfort himself now was to try to believe that the whole thing was a dream, and he had might wake up at any moment as he went on after hour, and it came to seem that he to like a dream, as long the last longer than I could describe if I wrote the pages and pages about it. But I will skip on to the time when the snow had stopped and the morning had come to the and they were racing along the daylight, and still they went on, and no sound but very lasting swish over of the snow and creaking of the reindeer's harness. And then at last the witch said, "Have you heard here? Stop! What have we here? Stop!" They said, and how Edmund hoped that she was going to say something about breakfast, but she said she had stopped for quite a different reason. A little way off to the wolf, the foot of a tree, sat a merry party of Squirrel and his wife with their children and Strauss and a dwarf and an old dog fox, all on stools around a table. Edmund couldn't quite see what they were eating, but the smell lovely, and there seemed to be decorations of the whole holly, and he wasn't all sure that he didn't see anything like a plum pudding at all. The moment when he
when the sludge stopped, the fox was obviously the oldest person present, had just risen to its feet, holding a glass in its paw as if it was going to say something, but when the whole party saw the sledge stopping and who was in it, all they gayly went off their faces. The fox girl stopped eating with his fork halfway with his to his mouth. And one of the stray stopped with this with its fork actually in its mouth, and the baby squirrel squeaked in terror. What is the meaning of this? I mean, what is the meaning of this? Said the white witch. Said the witch queen. Nobody answered. Speak, woman! She said again. Or do or do what? Or do you want my dwarf to find you a tongue with his whip? What is the what is the meaning of this gluttony, this waste, this self-gilliness? Where did you all get these things? Please, your majesty, said the fox, we were given them, if I might make so bold as to drink. Your majesty is good, very good health. Who gave them to you? Said the white witch. Father Christmas, shammered the fox. What? Roared the queen, springing from the sledge and taking a few strides nearer and with to the terrified animals. He's not been here. He cannot have been here. How dare you? But no, say you have been lying, and you shall been now been forgiven. And at the moment, all of the young squirrels lost its head completely.
Yes, yes, yes.
It squeaked, beeping its little spoon on the table. Edmund saw that the witch bite her lips so that a drop of blood on her white cheek. Then she raised her wand. Oh, don't, please don't! Shouted Edmund. But even while he was shouting, he waved her wand intensely where the merry party had been. There were only statues of creatures, and one with its stone fork spit fixed for every halfway to its stone mouth, sit around in a stone table on which there were stone plates and a stone plum pudding. As of you, said the witch, giving wit Adam a stunning blow of face as she remount on the sledge. Let that teach you to ask favors for spies, and traitors drive on. And traitors drive on. And Edmund, for the first time in the story, felt sorry for someone besides him. It seems so pitiful to think of those little stone figures sitting on the side of the silent days and all the dark nights, year after year, till the moss grew on them, and at last even their faces crumbled away. Now that they were steady, raced on again, as soon noticed, and Edmund soon that the snow which splashed against them as they rushed through, it was much wetter than it had been all last night, and the same notice that he was feeling much less cold. It was also becoming foggy. In fact, every minute it grew foggier and warmer, and the sledge was not running nearly as well, and it had been running up until now. It first he thought it was because the reindeer were tired, but soon he thought that it could not be the real reason. The sledge jerked and skid and kept on joking as if it stuck against stones. And however, the dwarf whipped the poor reindeer. The sledge went slower and slower. There also seemed to be a curious noise all around them, but the noise of the driving, of the jolting of the and the dwarf shouting at the reindeer prevent Edmund from hearing what it was until suddenly the sledge stuck so fast that it wouldn't go on at all. When it happened, there was a moment's silence, and in the silence, Edmund could last listening to the others' noises properly, and strange, sweet rustlings, clattering noises, and yet not so strange, for he heard it before. If only he could remember where, but then once he had remembered, it was the sound of running waters all around them. Through the sight were their streams clattering, muttering, bubbling, splashing, and even the distance roaring. And his heart half gave a great leap through, and hardly knew that when he realized that the frost was over, he and much nearer it was dripping and dripping, drip drip from the branches of all the trees, and he then was looked at the one tree. He saw a great load of snow slide off of it, for it for the first time since he had entered Narnia, he saw a dark green of a fir tree, and it and he hadn't time to listen for what the witch no any longer for watch listen or watch he hadn't time to listen or watch any longer, for the witch said, "Don't sit stare. Don't sit staring, fool. Get up and help." And of course, Edmund had to obey out in the snow, but it was only a slush by now, and began helping this dwarf and get the sledge out and the muddy hole, and out it go out, and he and they got it out in the end, and and being very cruel to the reindeer, the dwarf managed to get it on the move again, and they drove it a little further, and now the snow was really melting, and nearest and earnest to patches of green grass were beginning to appear in every direction, unless you have looked at a world of snow as long as Edmund had been looking at. You'll hardly be imagined to what a relief those green patches were. After the endless wait and the sledge stopped again. It's it's no good use, Your Majesty, said the dwarf. We can't sledge in this stall. Then we must muck then we must walk, said the witch. Then we must walk. We shall never take it. We shall never take. We should never take it over. Never overtake them walking, growled the wolf. The dwarf. Not with the start of what we got. Are you a are you my counselor or my slave? said the queen. Said the witch. Do as you're told. Tie tie the hands of the human creature and behind it and keep hold of the end of the rope and take your whip and cut the harness off the reindeer and they'll find their way home. The dwarf obeyed, and in minutes Edmund found himself being forced to walk as he could with his hands tied behind him and kept on slipping in the slush and mud and wet grass. In a few minutes, Edmund found himself being forced to walk as fast as he could with his hands tied behind him.
and kept on slipping into the slush and mud and wet grass. And every time he slipped, the dwarf gave him a curse and sometimes a flick with the whip, and the witch walked behind the dwarf and keep on saying, "Faster, faster!" Every moment was patches in of the and grew, of growing of them grew bigger, and even the patches of the snow grew smaller. Every moment, for and more of the trees shook off the robes of the snow, and soon, whatever you look, instead of the white shapes, you saw the green of the furs of the black prickly branches of the branches of the bare oaks of the beeches and elms, and the mist turned into white, into gold, and presently clear away altogether. Stout and delicious sunlight struck down to the forest floor, and overhead you could see the blue sky went treetops. As soon there were more wonderful things happening, coming suddenly down to a corner in a to a glade of the silver birch trees. Edmund saw the ground covered all in all directions in a little flower flower yellow flowers, candlelets, and the roars of the water grew louder. Presently they were across the stream beyond the that they found snowdrops growing. "Mind your own business," said the dwarf when he saw the Edmund had turned his head to and looked at them and gave the rope a vicious jerk. But of course, this isn't preventing. This is this didn't prevent Edmund from seeing. Only 5 minutes later, he noticed that dozens of crocus growing around the foot of an old tree, gold and purple and white, and came a sound even more delicious than the sound of the water. Close beside the path they were going, and a bird suddenly chirped in the branch of a tree. It was answered by the chuckle of another bird, and a fur in and a little fur off. And then, as if they went been a single, there was chattering and chirping in every direction. And then, in a moment, in a full song, within within 5 minutes, the whole old wood was ringing with birds' music, and whenever Edmund's eyes turned, he saw birds alighted on branches or sailing over the sea overhead, chasing one another to have their little squirrels tidy up their feathers and their beaks. "Faster, faster!" said the witch. There was no trace of the fog now. The sky became bluer and bluer, and now there were white clouds hurrying across on the from time to time, and the wide glades were all
primo, primo, primroses, the a light breeze sprang, which shattering drops and moist from a swaying branches and carry cool, delicious scents of against the faces of the travelers. The the trees began to come fully alive, and the large of the birches were covered in green, and the burlams of the gold soon in the beech trees that had put for, forth their dedicated transferred leaves as the travelers walked under them, and light so also came green. A bee buzzed across their path. This is no thaw, said the dwarfs, suddenly stopping. This is spring. What do we do? You, your winter is being destroyed. I tell you, this is Aslan's doing. Either of you mention that name again, said the witch. Ah, he shall be intensively be killed. There's 70 more pages. While the dwarf and the white witch were saying this miles away, the beavers and the I mean, children were walking on hour after hour into the delicious dream to in a delicious dream. A long ago that they left the coats behind them, and now they have been even stopped saying that there to be another one. Look, there's a kingfisher, or should I say bluebells, or what is that lovely smell, or just to them that thrush.
Okay, this is chapter 12 of um, Peter's first battle. They walked through in silence and drink. Silence, drinking all of it, and passing through patches from sunlight to cool and trickets, and out again into mossy glades where tall elms raised to a leafy roof all o- over, then into where the elms raised their leafy wolf roof over their head and into dense masses and flowering certain and among th- hawthorn bushes, and the sweet smell as almost overpowered. They had been just surprised as Edmund when they saw that the winter vanishes into the whole wood, passing through a few hours, so that from journey to January to May they hadn't been known to for certain as the witch did did this would be happen when Aslan came to Narnia, but they all knew that it was her spell which would produce the endless winter, and therefore they all knew that this magic spring began becoming had gone wrong and badly wrong, and which the witch's schemes. And after the thaw had been gone on over some time, they all realized that the witch had no would no longer be to use her sledge after they didn't hurry so much and they allow themselves to rest longer once they were pretty tired, and now they are, of course, then, but not that if I call it they're tired, but slowly they're feeling very dreamy and quiet inside, as one does when one is going to the end of the long day in the open. Susan had slight blisters on one heel, and they had left, of course, of the big river some time ago, for one had to turn into little to the right and meant all little to the south to reach to the place stone table. If this was not been their way of couldn't have been keep to the river valley once that the thaw began, for all had melted snow. The river was soon in flooded with wonderful roaring, thundering yellow flood, and their path would have been underwater. And now the sun had grown low, and the light had gone redder, and the shadows got lower, and the flowers began to think about closer.
Not long now, said Mr. Beaver, and began leading them up to across some deep, prickly moss. It felt nice under um, their tired feet. Look southern, said Beaver, and began to go uphill, leading them uphill as cross as deep springing moss, and a place where all the trees grew very wide apart, and climbed up, coming at the end of the long day, and made them all pant and blow, as just as Lucy, wondering whenever she got to get to the top without wonder another long rest. Suddenly they were at the top, and this is what they saw, and they were at a green open space from which could call down the forest, spreading as far as one could see in every direction, except the right head ahead. Therefore, far to east there was a sometime twinkling and moving by gum, whispering um, Peter to Susan, the sea, and by gum, the sea in the middle of the is the open hilltop was the stone table. It was a a great grim slab of green stone support on a four right up stones, and it looked very old, and it was cut all over and with the strange lines, figures at might be the letters that are unknown language. They give you a curious feeling when you look at them. And the next thing they saw was a pavilion pitched on the side of the open space. A wonderful pavilion it was, and especially now when the light of the setting sun fell upon it. Its sides of the looked like yellow silk and cords, and a crimson and of crimson tints hedged on ivory, and high above it, on the pole, a banner which bore a on a ramp bore a rampant line fluttering into the breeze, which was blowing in their faces from the far off sea. Where while they were looking at this, they were all sound of the music on the right, and turning in the direction they saw that they had come to see. Aslan stood in the center of the crowded of creatures who had grouped themselves around him in shape of the moon, half a moon. There were three women
There were three women there, and well women, Darids and Narids, and used to be called in their world. For here they had string elements that it was that who had made the music. It was they who had made the music. There was four great centaurs and horse, a part of them who was huge, English farm horses, and the man part who was like stern but beautiful giants. But there was a unicorn and a bull with the head of a man, and a pelican and an eagle and a great dog. And next to Aslan stood one of the leopards, and whom they carried his crown, and the other is his standard. But as Aslan himself and the beavers and the children didn't know who what to do to say when they saw him, people have not seen in Narnia sometime think that thing cannot be good and terrible at the same time. If the children had ever thought so, they were cured of it now, for they tried to look at Aslan's face. They just caught a glimpse of a golden mane and the great royal some overwhelming eyes, and they found that they couldn't look at him and went terribly and went trembling. Go, go on, whispered Mr. Beaver. No, whispered Miss Peter. You first. No sons of anim, no son of animal before human, before humans, whispered Mr. Beaver again. Susan, whispered Peter. What about you? Ladies first. No, you are the eldest, whispered um, Susan, and of course, in the long and the longer they went on doing this, the more awkward they felt. And then at last, Peter realized that it was up to him to draw his sword and raise it to salute, and hastily saying to the others, "Come, come on, pull yourselves together." He advanced to the lion and said, "We have come, Aslan." Okay, I'm gonna be Aslan. Welcome, Peter, son of Adam, said Aslan. Welcome, Aslan. Welcome, Susan and Lucy, daughters of Eve. Welcome, he beaver and she beaver. His voice was deep and rich, and and how somehow looked as Frederick's out of him. They now had felt glad and quiet, and not seem awkward about them, and stand saying nothing. But but where is the fort? Asked Aslan, as he tried to be, as he as he tried to betray them and join the White Queen. Oh, Aslan, said Mr. Beaver, and then something made Peter say, "It was pretty. It was partly my fault, Aslan. I was angry at him, and I thought it helped him to go to go wrong. And Aslan said nothing either, and excused Peter or to blame him, but merely stood along, looking at him and his great unchanged eyes, and it seemed to all of them that there was nothing to be said.
Please, Hassan,
Said said Lucy.
can anything done to be saved, Edmund?
It shall be done. It shall be done. It shall be done. Said Aslan. You. It may be harder than you think. And then he was silent again for something. Up to the moment, Lucy had been thinking how royal and strong and peaceful his face looked, and now it suddenly came to their head that he looked sad as well. But in the next minute, the expression he was gone, and the next expression he was gone. The lion shook his mane and clapped his paws together, terrible paws, thought Lucy, but he didn't know. But he
But but he didn't know how velvet it is.
and and said,
Meanwhile, it felt that like the
and meanwhile, meanwhile, let the feast be prepared, ladies, and these daughters of Eve to prevail, prevalon and administer to them. When the girls had gone to Aslan and laid his paws, and thought it was velvet, it was very heavy on Peter's shoulder, and said, "Come, come on, son of Adam, and I will show you a fair outside of the castle. Here, you are, you are to be king. You are to be king." And Peter, with his sword still drawn in his hand, went into the went with the lion at the eastern edge of the hilltop. There, in a beautiful sight, he met their eyes. The sun was setting behind their backs and meant for the whole entire country below them, and lay in the evening light, forests and hills and valleys and winding way in in a silver snake, and the lower part of the great river, and beyond all this, miles away as the sea, and beyond the sea, the sky full of clouds, which was turning rose color with the reflection of the sun, but just where the land of Narnia met the sea in the fact of the mouth of the river, there was something in the little hill shining. It was shining. It was the castle of the end, of course, and the sunlight was reflect all the windows and looked towards Peter and the sunset. But Peter looked like a great star. Like look, it looked like a great star resting on the seashore. That old man, said Aslan, is Carnival of the four thrones, in one which you must sit as king. I show it to you because you are the firstborn, and you will be the high king over the rest.
And once more, Peter had nothing for that moment that the strange noise woke and silence suddenly. It was a bundle, but richer. It is your it is your sister's horn, said Aslan to Peter, and in a low voice. So low it was to be almost a purr, but it was not disrespect, disrespectful to think of a lion purring. For the moment, Peter didn't actually understand. Then he saw the other creatures start forward and heard Aslan say with a wave with his paws, "Back! Let the prince win his spurs." He did understand set of understanding as hard as he could, and the pavilion, and said there are saw and a dreadful sight. The nanos and dials are scattering every single direction, and Lucy was running towards him as fast as her short legs carried her, and her face was white as paper. And then she saw Susan make a dash for a tree and swing herself up, and followed by a huge gray beast. And first, Peter thought it was a bear, but he saw it was an Astalon, Astion, though it was far too big to be a dog, and he realized it was like an Astalon. It was a he realized it was a wolf, and how and a wolf was on its hind leg and its front paws, and against the tree trunk, snapping, snarling, and the wolf and the hair was back stood up at the end. Susan had been not able to be higher than the second big branch. One of her legs hung down so that her feet was only an inch or two above the snapping teat. Peter pondered, why did she he did not get higher, or at least take a better grip. And then we realized that she was going to faint, and that if she had fainted, she would fall off. Peter did not feel brave. Indeed, he felt he was going to be sick, but he did not make no difference what he would do. He just rushed and straight up with the monster and aimed a slash towards this sword at its side. The stroke never felt reached. The stroke never reached the wolf. Quick as lightning, it turned around, its eyes flaming and its mouth opened wide open in a howl of anger. And if it
and so angry that it simply had to howl. It would have got to him by the throat at once as it was through. It all happened quickly for Peter to think it all, and he had just to duck down and plunge his sword as hard as he could, and between the brute's forelegs and its heart, then came a horrible, confused moment. Something in a nightmare. He was tugging and pulling the wolf, and seemed neither alive or dead. It was baring it was bared its teeth knocked against its forehead, and everything was blood and heat and the hair. And a moment later, he found that the monster lay dead and had drawn his sword to out of it and was straightened back to rubbing the sweat off his face and out his eyes and felt tired all over. And then in a bit, Susan came down to the tree and Peter felt pretty shaky, and when they met, I should say there wasn't kissing or crying both sides, but Narnia but in Narnia no one thinks any of the worst of you for that. Quick, 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 shouted the voice of Aslan. Centaurs, eagles, we see another wolf in the thickets. There, behind you. He has darted away. If you, after him, after all of you, he will be going to his mistress. Now is your chance to find the witch and rescue the fourth son of Adam. And intensely with a thunder hoofs and beating with wings, a dozen or so with the swiftest creatures disappeared with the gathering darkness. Pierce stood out of breath, still saw Aslan close at hand. You have forgotten to clean your sword, said Aslan. It was true, um, Pierre blushed from looked at the bright blade and saw it was smeared with the wolf's hair and blood, and swooped down and wiped it clean on the grass and wiped it dry on his cloth. Hand, hand it to me and kneel. Son of Aslan, said Aslan. Son of Adam, said Aslan. And when Peter had done to strike him and the flat on the blade and said, Rise up, Sir Adam, Wolf's Bane, and whatever happens, never forget to wipe your sword. Okay, chapter 13. Now that it must be back to Edmund. And when he had made a walk farther than he ever known, and anybody who walked, the witch had at last halted for a dark valley overshadowed for fir trees and your trees. Edmund simply sank down and lay his face, doing nothing at all, and even caring all was going to happen next, provided which let him lie still. He was too tired even notice how hungry and thirsty he was, and the witch and the dwarf were talking besides him in low tones. No, said, said the dwarf. It is no use now. Oh, queen, there must have reached to the stone table now.
Perhaps the wolves will smell us out and bring us news,
Said the witch. We can't be good news if he does, said the dwarf.
4 thrones in Covenant Camp Covenant.
Said the witch.
How if we three were filled that they won't fulfill the prophecy?
What difference would that make now that he is here? Said the wolf. Said the dwarf. He did not dare even now to mention the name of Aslan to his mistress.
He might not he might not stay long, and then we will fall upon the three of the care.
Yet it might be better, said the wolf, to keep this one. Here he kicked Edmund. For a bargain wit,
Yes, and and he have and have him rescued.
said the witch scorchedly. Then, said the wolf, we had better do what we have to do at once.
We like to have we would have we would like to have it done in the stone table itself,
Said the witch.
this is a proper place, and this is where it has always been before.
It would be long time now before the stone table will begin put onto its proper use, said the dwarf.
True,
Said the witch, and then
I will, and I will begin.
and all the moment, with the rush of a snarl of a wolf, rushed to the den. I have seen them. They are all on the stone table with him. They have killed my captain, Margaret, and I was hidden into the thickets and saw it all. One of the sons of Adam killed him. Fly, fly.
No,
Said the witch.
there won't no be flying. Go quickly. Summon all the people we to meet me here as as speedily as they can. Call out the giants and the werewolves and the spirits and those trees who are on our side. Call the ghouls, call the bongos, call the ogres, call the minotaurs, and call all the crew and hags and specters and the people of the toadstools that we will fight. What we have is not in my wand,
But will there be ranks turned into stone even if they come on? Be on off quickly, and I have a little thing to finish here while you are away. The great brute bowed its head and turned it and galloped away. Now, she said, we have no table. Let me see. We had put it better against the trunk of a tree. Edmund found himself being rough and forced to his feet. Then the dwarf set him with his back against a tree and bound him fast, and saw the witch take off a outer mantle. Her arms were bare underneath it and terribly white because they were so white, so for he can see, but it could not see much else. It was so dark, this valley under the trees. Prepare, prepare the victim, said the witch, and the dwarf undid co- Edmund's collar and folded back his shirt in the neck at the neck and told Edmund's hair and pulled his head back so he had to raise his chin. After the after Edmund heard the strange noise whiz. For a moment he could not think what it was, for he realized it was the sound of a knife being sharpened. For it At the very moment he heard loud shouts from every direction and a hoof dreaming of the hoofs and beating a wings of a scram from the witch, confusing all around him, confusion all around him, and then found he was being untied. Strong arms were around the on him and heard big kinds of noises, things like let him lie down, let him lie down, give him some wine, bring this, stay now, and we'll be right in a minute. They heard, then he heard voices of people who were not talking to him, but one another. They were saying things like, "Who's got the witch? I thought you had her. I didn't see her after I knocked the knife out of her hand. I was after the dwarf. Do you mean say she's escaped? A chap can't mind everything at once. What's that? Oh, sorry. That's only a old stump." But that's just the point. Edmund went off in a dead faint. Presently, centaurs and the unicorns and the deer and the birds were all, of course, in a rescue part, and which Aslan sent in the last chapter, all set off to go to the stone table, carrying Edmund and them, but they could not see what happened in the valley after they have gone. I think they might have been a surprise, for it was set perfectly still, and presently the moon grew bright, and if you'd been there, you would have seen the moonlight shining in the old tree stump and a fair sized boulder. And if you have gone in on a looking for wood, gradually had begun to think there was something about odd about both the stump and the boulder, you think you might thought that the stump did look really remarkably like a little fat man crouching on the ground. But if you watch the long it watch long enough, you will see the stump across the boulder, and the boulder sit up began to talk to the stump. And reality, stump and the boulder were simply the witch and the dwarf, for it was part of her magic that could make things look like what they aren't, and they had a represent of mind to do so to very moment that the knife was knocked out of her hand, and she kept hold of her wand so that it been kept safe too. And the other children woke up the next morning that they had been sleeping in piles of cushions and in the pavilion, and the first time they heard that Mrs. Beaver, who was at their brother that had been rescued, who was with that their brother has been rescued and brought to camp at last, and was that moment with Aslan, who was soon had had breakfast from all went out, and they saw Aslan and Edmund walking together in a dewy glass grass, a part of the rest of the court. But there's no need to tell you that no one ever heard what Aslan was saying, but it was a conversation Edmund never forgot. As the others drew nearer, Aslan turned to meeting them, bringing Edmund with them. "Here's your brother," said Aslan, and there is no need to talk to him. What about what is past?" Edmund shook hands, and which shook hands with each others, and each of them turned to them. "I'm sorry," and everyone said, "That's all." I think, "I'm sorry," and everyone said, "That's all right." And then everyone wanted very hard to say something which made quite clear that they were all friends with him again. Something ordinary and natural, and of course no one could think of anything in the world to say, but therefore they had time to feel really awkward. From the leopards approached Aslan and said, "Sire, there is a message from the enemy who craves audience." "Let him approach," said Aslan, and the leopard went away and soon returned leading the witch's dwarf. "What? I mean, what is your message, Earth of Son of Earth?" said Aslan. "The Queen of Narnia, the Empress of the Lone Islands, desires a safe continent on come to speak with her," said the dwarf, "on a matter which, as you have to much to advantage as hers." "Queen of Narnia, indeed," said Queen of Narnia, indeed," said Mr. Beaver. "Of the cheek." "Peace, Beaver," said Aslan. All names will soon be restored in proper owners, and meantime will not be despite from them, till dispute from them. Till your Tell your mistress, son of earth, that I grant her safe content on conditions on and she leaves her wand behind. there she for her at Great Oak. This was to agree to the two, and the two leopards went back to the with the dwarf to see what the conditions were properly carried out, and suppose that she returns, and suppose that she returns.
And suppose she returns the two leopards into stone?
Whispered Lucy to Peter. And I think the same idea had occurred to the leopards themselves. I think the same idea had occurred to the leopards themselves at any rate as they walk off their fur as all standing up on their backs and their tails all bristling like the cats when they and sees a strange dog. It'll be alright. It'll be alright, whispered Peter in reply. He wouldn't send them if it weren't. A few minutes later, the witch herself walked out on top of the hill and came straight across and stood before Aslan and the three children who did not see her before and felt shudders running down to their backs and the sight of her face, and there were glo- grows glows growls among the animals present, and there through it was bright shine. Everyone felt suddenly cold, and only the two presents who seemed to be quite in their ease were Aslan and the witch herself. It was the oddest thing to see those two faces, the gold face and the dead white face. So go so so close together, not that the witch only looked out Aslan exactly in his eyes. Miss Beaver particularly noticed this, for you have you have a traitor here, Aslan, said the witch. Of, of course, everyone represented knew who she meant, Edmund. But Edmund got past thinking about himself after he had been through, after all the he the had the had that morning, and he just went on looking at Aslan. It seemed to matter what the witch said. Well, said Aslan, his offense, his offense was not against you. Have you forgotten deep magic? Said the witch. Let us say I've forgotten it. Aslan said gravely. Tell us about this deep magic. Tell you, said the witch with her growing suddenly shriller. Tell you what is in was written on the very table of stone, and it stands beside us. Tell you what is written in letters deep as a spear is long on the firewood stones on the secret hill. Tell you what it is engraved in a spectre and the emperor beyond the sea. At least you at least know the magic which the emperor put in Narnia at the very beginning, and you know that every traitor belongs to me as lawful prey, and that for every treachery I have right to kill. Oh, said the P, said the very said Mr. Beaver. So that's how it came to imagine yourself a queen, because you because you were the emperor's hangman. I see. Peace, Beaver, said Aslan with a very low growl. And so, continued the witch, the human creature is mine, and his life is forfeit to me. His blood is in my property. Come it and take it then, said the bull with a man's head, and get a bellow with a get with a bell great bellowing voice. Fool, said the witch with a savage smile. It was almost a snarl. Do you think you really your master can rob me with my rights by mere force? He knows deep magic better than that. He knows that unless I have the blood that as laws, the law says all Narnia will overturn the parish in the fire and water. That is very true, said Aslan. I cannot deny it. Oh, Aslan, said Susan, in a in the Eastern in the whispering in the ear lines here. Can we mean you won't? Will you? Can't we do something with about the deep magic? This isn't there something we can work against? Work against the Emperor's magic, said Aslan, turning her with something with a frown from his face. And nobody ever made a suggestion to him again. Edmund was on the other side of Aslan, looking all the time at Aslan's face, and felt a choking feeling and wondered if they ought to say something, but and a moment later he felt that he was not expected to do anything except wait and do what he was told. Fall back, all of you, said Aslan, and we will talk to the and I will talk to the queen alone. They all obeyed, and it was a terrible time this waiting, wondering what the lion and the witch talking earnestly together in low voices. Lucy said, "Oh, Edmund," and began to cry. And Peter stood with his back and the others and looking out in the distant sea, and the beavers stood holding with others' paws and their heads bowed, and the centaurs stamped uneasily with their hoofs, but everyone became perfectly still in the end, so that noticed that even small mounts like a bumblebee fly past, or a bee, or a bird, or birds in the forest down below them were even wine rustly, fear leaves, and still, and the walk between Aslan and the White Witch. Well, Jaelus, her name is Jaelus, went on, and at last they heard Aslan's voice. It came all, it came all come. It can, you can call. You can all come back, said Aslan. I have settled the matter. She has announced the claim of your brother's blood. And all over the hill there was a noise if anyone had been holding their breaths and now began breathing, and then a mirror of talk. The witch was the witch was turning away from and a look of fierce joy and in her face and stopped and said, "How do you and how but how I would know this promise will be kept." "Hurrah!" said the roared Aslan as half risen of his throne, and he and his mouth opened wider and wider, and the roar grew louder and louder, and the witch, after staring at a moment with her lips wide apart, and picked her skirts and fairly ran for her life. Okay. As soon as the witch was gone, Aslan said, "We must move. We must move from this place at once. We will be wanted for other purposes, and we shall encamp uh, tonight at the forts of Bernia." Of, co- of course, that everyone was dying to ask him how the arrangement of had matters with the witch, but his face was stern as everyone's ears were still ringing with the sound of his roar, as so nobody dared, after the meal, which was taken in open air on the feet of the hilltop, and sun and got to so strong now that dried glass, and they were busy taking the pavilion down, and packing things up. Before 2 o'clock, they were in a march and set off in a northeastern direction, walking at an easy pace, for they were no they are not far gone to go. For during the first part of the journey, Aslan explained Peter, who has planned to campaign as soon as she has finished her plans in her parts. He said, it's like as soon as she is finished with her business in parts, he said, the queen will crew and the crew will almost be certainly fall back for her house and prepare for the sa- for the sage for siege, and may and you may not be able to cut her off and prevent her from reaching it. And then he went into out bows in that a battle and one and for fighting the witch in her people in the wood, and another assault her castle, and all the time she was advising Peter, who took conduct and operations, and says things like, you must be your centaurs in such as such a place, or you must post scouts and see that she doesn't do so and so, until at least Peter said it. But if you would be there, I mean, but if you would be there yourself, Aslan, I can give no promise for that, answered the lion, and continued giving Peter his instruction. For at last part of the journey, it was Susan and Lucy who saw most of him, and he had not a talk very much, and seemed to him to be sad. And it was still afternoon when they came down to a place where the river valley had widened out in the river. It was bored to the shallow, and was on the fords of the Berna, and Aslan had gave orders and halt on this side of the water. But Peter said, wouldn't it be better to camp on the far side, to fear, for, for fear she should try to an, a night attack or anything? Aslan, who seemed to be been thinking about something else, rose himself into a shake of his magment mane, and it, eh, uh, what's that? What's that? Peter said it all over again. No, said Alice in a dull voice, as if it didn't matter. No, she she will not make an attack tonight. And then he sighed deeply, but presently he added, all the same time, it is well thought of. This is how a soldier thought of to think, but it doesn't really matter. So they proceed to pitch their camp. Aslan's mood affected everyone in the evening. Peter was feeling uncomfortable to do the idea of fighting the battle on his own, and news that Aslan might not be there to come as a great shock to him. Supper had that evening was a quiet meal. Everyone felt different. It had been in the previous night, and even that morning, it was as if the good times have just begun. They're already drawn in their end. As the feeling affected Susan as much as she couldn't get to sleep, she went to bed after she had lain counted sheep and turning over and over. She heard Lucy give a long sigh of turnover and just her into darkness. Can you get to sleep either?
Now,
Said Lucy.
I thought you were asleep. I say, Susan,
What?
I must. I've a most horrible feeling as if something is hanging over us.
Have you? Have you? Have you? Because as a matter of fact, so have I. So have I.
Something about Aslan,
Said Lucy.
either something dreadful is going to happen to him or something dreadful he's going to do.
There's been something wrong with him at all afternoon. Said Al. Said Susan. Lucy, what is that? He said, not being with us at the battle. You don't think he will be stealing anyway for leaving us tonight, do you?
Where is he now? Said Lucy. Is he here in the pavilion?
I don't I don't think so.
Susan, let's go outside and have a look around. We might see him.
All right, let's, said Susan. We might just as be done like this as laying awake here. Very quietly, the two girls groped to their away among to their other sleepers and crept out of the tent. And moonlight was bright, and everything was quite still except for the noise in the river clattering over the stones. And then Susan suddenly caught Lucy and said, "Look, far aside, on the camping ground." Just as the trees began, they saw the lion slowly walking away from from them into the wood without a word. They followed him and led him into a steep slope out of valley, the river valley, and went slightly straight, right, apparently, and very same route which they had used that afternoon, and coming from that hill of the stone table on he went. He led there, and onto the shallows, out in the pale moonlight, getting their feet wet to the heavy dew. He looked somehow different in from the Aslan they knew. His tail was his tail his tail and head was hung low, and 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 walked slowly as if they were very, very tired. Then they were crossing a wide open space where there were no shadows for them to hide in. And he stopped and looked around. There was no good trying to hide or run away. So he came towards him. They came towards him, and they were closer. He said, "They were closer." When they were closer, he said, oh children, why you are following me?" We couldn't sleep. We couldn't sleep, said Lucy, and then felt sure that she need to say no more, and that Aslan knew all that they had been thinking. Please, we may come with you whenever you're going, asked Susan. Well, Al- Aslan said, it seems to be thinking that he then, I should be glad of company company tonight. Yes, you may come if you will promise to stop when I tell you. And after that, I may leave you and go on alone. Thank you, Aslan. Thank you, Aslan. And Will, said the two girls. I got 3 chapters to go. Forward they went again, and one of the girls walked each other from the lion side of the lion, and how slowly he walked as he and his great and royal head drooped so that his nose nearly dropped the grass. Presently he stumbled that grave from a moan. Aslan, 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 dear Aslan, said Lucy. What's wrong? Can you tell us? Are you ill, dear Aslan? Said Susan. No, Aslan said. I'm sad and low. I am sad and lonely. You lay your hands on my mane so I can feel you there, and let us walk like. So the girls did what they would never had dared to do without his permission, but what they did long due to their ever since they ever saw him, and presently they saw that they were going with him up on the slope, and to the hill on the stones table stood, that went up and side where the trees came first, and when they got to the last tree, it was that the bushes about. Alison stopped and said, oh children, here you must stop, and what happens, don't let yourselves be seen. Farewell. And the both of the girls cried bitterly, drew they hardly knew why, and the clog of the lion, and they kissed his mane and nose and paws, and his great and sad eye, and his great sad eyes, then turned from them and long out on the top of the hill, and Lucy and Susan, crouching in the bushes, looked after him, and this is what they saw. A crowd of people were standing around the stone table, and through the moon was shining. Many of them carried torches, and which burned with evil-looking flames and black smoke, and but which people, ogres with monstrous teeth, and wolves with headed men, headed men, spirits of the evil tree, is and poisonous plants, and other creatures whom they don't describe, but because if I did grow if I did, the grown-ups would be probably not let you read this book. Cruels and hags and ibiscary Ralph's horrors, effect sprites, orkneys, ors, and intas. In fact, there were all those who were on the witch's side, and whom that the wolf was summoned at her command, and Right in the middle, standing by the table, was the witch herself. The howl and gabber of dismay went up, and the creatures went fast saw that the lion pacing towards them, and for a moment even the witch seemed to be struck with fear. Then she recovered herself and gave a wild, fearsome laugh. "You fool!" she cried. "You fool! The fool has come. Him fast! Blind him fast!" Lucy and I got seven chapters left. Lucy and Susan held their breath, waiting for Alson's roar, and as he sprang upon his enemies, but it never came. The poor hags, grinning and hearing and leering, yet also at first hanging back and afraid what they would do, and had approached him. "Bind them, and I bind them, I say!" repeated the white witch, and the hags made a dart and at him and shrieked in triumph, and they found that he has no resistance at all, and others, evil dwarves and apes, rushed and helped them, and between them they rolled the huge lion over on his back and tied all four paws together, and and shouting and cheering as they had something brave. Through had a lion chosen for one of the paws, and could have been the death of them, for with the with the maid he no but he made no noise, and even the enemy straining and tugging, pulling the cord so tight that they felt they cut it into his flesh, for they began to drag him towards the stone table. "Stop!" said the uh, the witch. Let let him first be shaved." For another roar of mean laughter went up to her and her followers as the ogre with the with a pair of shears came toward and spat down by Aslan's head, and snip snip went the shears, and mass and curled gold began to fall to the ground, and then the ogre stood back, and the children watching from their hiding places could see the face of Aslan looking all small and different without his mane, and the enemies saw the difference. Why he's only a great cat after why he's only a great cat after all, one cried one. "Is that what we are afraid of?" said another, and they shrugged all around Aslan, jeering at him, saying things like "poor fuss, poor fuss," and, and how many mice could and how many mice you caught today, cat? And what would be us? And what would sauce of milk you have? Would you like sauce of milk? "Oh, how can they?" said said Lucy, tears streaming down her cheeks, and brutes. Now, for now, that was the first shook that was over, and shorn face of Aslan looked for a braver and more beautiful and more patient than ever. Muzzle him, said the witch, and now and even now as they worked about his face, putting the muzzle one bite on his jaws and took and have close over to the their hands, three of their hands, but he never moved. And this seemed to be in rage of all the rabble. Everyone was at him now. Those who were afraid of him come near him even after he was found began to find their encouraged to for a few minutes, and the two girls could not see him so thickly, so surrounded by the whole crowd of creatures kicking him and hitting him and spitting at him and jeering him. And at last the rabble had enough of this, and they began to drag the bond of the muzzled lion to the stone table, which pulled and some pushes was he was huge. Even if you got him there, it took their efforts to hoist him onto the surface of him on on it. Then there was there was more trying tighten to of cords. Cowards! The cowards! Said Susan. Are they still afraid of him now? And once Aslan been tried been tried and tied has been tied and tied so that he's easily massed in cords and on the flat stone. Such and hush fell into the crowd. Four hags, folding four torches and stood to the corners of the table of the white witch. The witch, bearing her arms as she had bared them the previous night. When it had been Edmund instead of Aslan, began to she began to wet her knife, and looked to it looked to the children what when the gleam of the torchlight fell on it, as if the knife were made of stone, not real steel, but in and it was strange for an evil shape. At last she drew near as she stood by Aslan's head. She her face was working and twitching with passion, but his 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 look up in the sky still quiet, neither angry or afraid, but a little sad, when just before he she gave the blow, she stomped down and said in a quivering voice, "Now you may now who has won, fool? You think that you all all but you think that all by all this of you saved the human traitor? Now I will kill you instead of him, so as your pat this was so the dark magic will be pleased. But when you're dead, what you will will prevent me from killing him as well, and who will take him out by my hand then? Understand that you have given me Narnia forever. You have lost your own life for and have no and and you have not saved him in that knowledge. Despair and die. And the children did not see an actual moment of the killing. They only bear to look for the cover of their eyes. Three more chapters. We're almost done with the book, anyways. Please hit the like button if you actually want me to go to finish out the book. Okay. While the two girls were still crouched in the bushes with their hands over their face, they have heard that the voice of the witch calling out, "Now follow me, all! We shall set about the remains of this war. It will not take us to the crush of the human vermin and the traitors now in the grit of the great fold. The great cat lies dead." And after this moment, the children were, for a few seconds, were in in very great danger, and for the wild cries and the noises that the sparking pipes of the strong voices blow into the hole at the vile Rappo and came sweeping over the hill and down to the slope, right past to the hidden place, and felt that their specters go onto them in a low, cold wind, and they felt that the ground shook and beneath them under the galloping feet of the minotaurs, and overhead there went the flurry of the foul wings of the and a blackness of vultures and giant bats, and and any other time they would have trembled in fear, but now the sadness and shame and horror of Aslan's death so filled with minds of they have hardly thought of it. As soon as the wood was silent again, Susan and Lucy crept out and into the open hilltop that the moon was getting low and thin. Clouds were passing across her, but still they could see the shape of the lion lying dead on his bones. And down they both kneeled and went in the wet grass and kissed his cold face and stroked his beautiful fur and what was left of it, and cried till they got cried no more. And then they looked at each other and each other's hands for the mere loneliness and cried again and then again and were silenced as last Lucy. I
I cannot bear to look at the horrible muzzle. I could talk. Take it off. Could we take it off?
So they tried, and after a long working at it, for the fingers were cold and it was now the darkest part of the night, they succeeded. And then they saw his face without it and burst into tears again and kissed it and fondled and wiped out the blood and the foam as they could. It was it was all lonely and hopeless horrid that I thought to subscribe. I wonder, could we reunite him as well? Said Susan presently, but the enemies, out of pure spitefulness, had drawn the cords in tight that the girls could make nothing for the knots. I hope no one who reads this book was quite as miserable as Susan or Lucy, who were at night. But if you were been, if you had been all night and cried till you have no more tears left in you, you will know that there's comes end of such a sort of quietness, and you feel as if nothing is ever going to happen again. And any rate, there was how it felt to those two. Hours and hours it seemed to go by this deaf calm, and they hardly noticed that they were getting colder and colder. But at last, Lucy noticed that the other things. One was that the sky was east side of the hill and was little less dark, and then it had been an hour ago. The other was some tiny moment going on to the grass at her feet. At she took no interest in this. What it mattered didn't matter at all now. But at last she saw that whenever it was, it began to move up into the stones of the stone table, and now whenever they were about Allison's, where was Allison's body, about on Allison's body. She purred closely, and there were little gray things. Ugh, she said on the other from the other side of the table. How beastly! There are like there were a horde of little mice crawling up over him. Go away, you little beast! Said, and she raised her hand and frightened them away. Wait, said our Lucy, who had been looking for them more closely still. Can you see what they're doing? I mean,
Wait, can you see what they're doing?
both girls bent down and stared. I do believe, said Susan, but how queer. They only nibbled away the cord. They only nibbled away at the cords,
That's what I thought.
said Lucy,
And I think they're friendly mice. Poor little things. They don't know he realize he's dead. They think they'll do is good, some good untying him.
It was quite definitely a lighter by now, but of the girls noticed that the first time of the white face of the other, they could see the mice nibbling away, dozens and dozens and hundreds of the little nibbling away, dozens and hundreds of them of little field mice, and at last, one by one, all the wolves were all gone through, and the sky of the east was with us by now, and the stairs were all getting fainter, and all except by one by very big low down onto the eastern horizon, they felt colder than they had been all night. The mice crept away again. The girls cleared away the mains of the gauze ropes, the gnawed ropes. Aslan looked more like himself without them. Every moment his dead face looked nobler as the light grew and they see it better. In the wood behind them, a bird gave a chuckling sound, and it made so still for hours and hours and startled them. And another bird answered it, and soon the birds singing all over the place. It was quite definitely early morning now, now late night. I'm so I'm so cold, said Lucy. I'm so am I, said Lucy. It what let's walk about a bit. They started to walk the eastern ridge of the hill and looked down, and one big star had almost disappeared, and the country looked gray. But beyond, at the end of the world, the sea showed pale, and sky turned red, began to turn red. They walked into the four more times, and they could not count between the dead Aslan in the eastern ridge trying to keep warm, or even their their legs felt, or how tired their legs felt. And then at last they stood over the moment, looking out towards the sea and Caravel. Which they could now just make out, and turned into gold. Along with the line, there were the sea and the sky met very slowly and came up into the edge of the sun. And at the moment, they heard the noise behind them, a loud noise and crackling, deafening noise of a giant, and broke into the giant's plate. What's that? What's that? Said Lucy, clutched Susan's
told me to go fuck myself. Yeah, I don't wanna fuck myself. But the train driver told me to fuck myself.
Oh wow.
I just wanna get hit with some horns. But the
Horns.
driver said, fuck yourself. Ooh.
Oh wow. Hell fly. Okay. What's that? In Clutcher, I feel afraid that it turned around. It turned around," said Susan. Something fall. Something awful is happening.
They're doing worse to him.
Said Al Lucy. Come on. She turned and pulled Aslan around her, and the rising sun made everything look different, and the colors have changed, and that for a moment that they see important, didn't see the important thing, they did. Then they did. The the table was broken, and two of the pieces were by a great crack and ran down it and the end to end, and there was no Aslan. Oh, 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 oh! Cried the Alex and rushed back into the table, but the
It's too bad. Oh, it's too bad.
sob Lucy cried, and
They might have left the. They might have left the pile out.
who does it? Who done it? Said Susan. What is the meaning of this? Is it magic? Yes, yes. Oh wow, said the great voice behind the backs. I wonder what Al he's doing now.
What's up, Mike? No, I'm gonna wait for Elliot for it. Then I'm going home. Chilling. Look, I got some beans, smoked with these guys. Beans with some beans and rice. And I'm roasting chicken. Oh my goodness. Look at the tomatoes. Right. Everybody give my friend, one of my best friends, guys. I have two friends. Actually, I don't even have many friends. I have two best friends. And that's gonna be my thing, Amy J and Mike that you see in the live chat comments stuff. You guys are all party at Mike's house before you guys know Mike. Some of you. We partied at his house a few times. Mike throws the best parties, guys. Mike is also a Macho Man Randy Savage looking ass ninja. And he is also a man at arms from He-Man looking ass ninja. Jim Ninja. And also a Merle Haggard looking ass ninja. What's up, Mike?
Oh wow, must be the stress.
That's right.
Okay,
Rewind
let's
that.
go.
Yes.
Okay, can you call your dog? Can you call your dog?
in the sunrise, larger than they have seen before, shaking his mane and, and stood Aslan himself. Oh, Aslan! They cried, the both the children. They stared at him almost as much as they were glad that they. I'm glad you're not dead. Then, dear, I'm glad you're not dead, Aslan. Not now, said Aslan. You're not. You're not. Not. Asked Alice. I mean, Susan, in a shaky voice. She could not bring herself to say the words. The ghost. Aslan stooped in his gold head and licked forehead and warmed his body, and a rich sort of smell and sort of hanging out his hair all came over. Do do I look it? He said. Oh, you're real. Oh, Aslan. Oh, Aslan. I mean, both the girls flung themselves upon them and covered him with two kisses. Okay. What does all this mean? Said Susan, when they all were sometime calmer. It means, said Aslan, that though the knew that the deep magic that there was deeper still, she still did not know. She goes back only to draw up in time, but if she could have and look a little further back and to the stillness and the darkness before the time drawn, she would she would have read that the different occasion and occasion in occasion she would not have known that when been willing victim who had been committing no treachery was still but killed in a traitor's stead. The table would crack and death itself and would start working backwards. And now,
Yes. Now, and what now?
Lucy jumped in, clapping her hands. Oh, children, said the lion, I feel my strength coming back to me. But, oh, children, catch me if you can. He stood He stood for a second as his eyes were bright, his limbs quivered, flashing. Instead, with his trail, then he made a leap high over the heads and landed on the other side of the table, laughing and through. She even had didn't even know why. Lucy scrambled all over and reached him, and Aslan leaped again. A mad chase began. Around the hilltop, he led him hope, hopeless, now hopelessly that reach they reached, letting them across, catching his now driven between them, now tossing them in the air, and this huge, beautiful valet paused and catching them again, and now stopping expectantly so that they all three of them round over together in a happy ending heap of fur, arms, and legs. It was a such a rope as no one else has ever had except in Narnia, and whenever it was more like a playing in a thunderstorm for playing in a kitten. Lucy had never made up her mind, and the funny thing was that when it all three laying there together, panting in the sun, that there was no that the girls no longer felt at least tired or hungry or thirsty. And now, said Aslan presently, to business. I felt I'm going to roar, and had had better put your fingers to your ears. And they did. And Aslan stood. Hmm, um, what else is there? They did, and they stood up. And they did as Aslan stood up, and when he opened his mouth, a roar face became so terrible that they could not dare to look at it. And they saw. in the trees in front of him and rain and blast and roars has been in the mills before the wind. And then he said, "We have a long journey to go, and and you must be and you must ride on me," he said, and and he crouched down, and the children climbed onto his warm golden back, and Susan at first holding tightly to his mane, and Lucy at behind holding tightly to Susan with a great heave, and rose underneath them and then short off faster than any horse could go downhill and into um forest of the forest. The ride was perhaps the most wonderful thing that they have they had happened to them in Narnia. Have have ever heard gallop and on a horse, and think of that, and that made away the hail of noise and the hooves and the jingle of it, and imagine instead of most noiseless padding of the great paws, and imagine instead of the black or gray or chestnut back into the horse, and the soft roughness of the golden fur and the mane flying back into the wind and then back, and imagine that you are going twice as fast as the fastest racehorse, but this is the amount that doesn't need to get guide to never grows tired. He rushes on and never misses his footing, never hastily treading his way with perfect skill between tree trunks and, and jumping bush and a briar and the smaller streams, and wading the large streaming of the largest of all. And you are riding on not on a road in the park, not even on the downs, but right across Nanya and spring down some avenues and beach and those sunny glade, glades of oak through the wild orchards and snow white cherry trees, and past roaring falls and mossy rocks and echoing caverns, by windy slopes alike of a gorse bush, and across to the shoulders of a heaving mountains, and along the ridge, and down, down, down again. Into the wild valleys and out the acres of blue flowers. It was nearly midday when they found themselves looking down to a steep side of this castle. The little toy, a little toy castle it looked from where it stood, and which seemed to be pointing towards two, but the cat, but the line was rushed down to such a speed that it grew larger every morning, and before they had even asked themselves that it was already on the level on it, and now no longer looked in a toy castle, but rose frowning in front of them. No face looked over the battlements, and the gates were fast shut. And Aslan, not all as slacking in his pace, rushed straight to the as a bullet towards it. The witch's home, he cried. Now, children, hold tight. Next moment, he, the world, the whole world news seemed to turn upside down, and the children felt as that they were left their inside behind them. For Aslan had gathered himself together to a great heap, and then he had yet made a jump for you may call it flying rather than jumping right over to the castle, all the girls beneath but unhurt, but themselves trembling off his back in the middle of a wide stone country park. On to the last chapters, two chapters. And what extraordinary place! And what extraordinary place! Said Lucy. All those animals and people too. It's like a museum. Hush, said Susan. Aslan's doing something. He was indeed, and he bound up to the stone. The lion the lion and breathed on him, and then without waiting, he risked it a round, and almost he had if he had a cat chasing its tail, and breathed almost on the stone dwarf, which was as remembered onto the stone lion, breathed on him, and without waiting a whisk around it, almost he had been a cat chasing its tail, and breathed on almost all the stone, also on the stone dwarf, who, which was, as you remember, was standing in a few feet from the lion, with his back on it. Then he pounced on a tall stone diet, which stone beyond the dwarf, turning rapidly instead of to deal with a stone rabbit on his right, and rushed into the two centaurs. But in the moment that Lucy said that, said, "Oh, Susan, look, look at that, look at the lion." Expected none, seeing no someone to pull a lighted match for a bit of newspaper which was propped in a grate against an unlit fire, and for a second nothing seems to happen, but you notice that a sneaky streak of flame flaming out along the edge of the newspaper. It was like not now. For a second after, Aslan and the breathe upon the stone dragon lion looked just like just the same, and the tiny streak of gold began running along his white remarkable back, and then then it spread, then the color seemed to lick over him as the flame licks over at the bit of paper. Then, while his head headquarters were still obviously stone, the the lion shook his mane, and all heavy stone fold rippled into living hair. Then they op- then he opened a great mouth, warm and living, and a great ponderous yawn. And now his head legs had become to life, and he lifted one of them, and he lifted one of them and scratched himself. When he thought he sighted Aslan, he went a bounding after him and frisked around him, whimpering and delighted to and jumping to lick his face. Of course, the children's eyes were turned the to the falling lion, but the sight they saw was wonderful. They soon forgot about him. Everywhere the statues were coming to life, and the county yard looked no longer like a museum but more like a zoo. The creatures were running after Aslan and dancing around him until he was hidden in the crowd. Instead of all the deadly white countered yard, it was found as a blazing of colors, ghostly chestnuts, sides of the centaurs, indigo horns, and unicorns. Dazzling plumage and birds, reddy browns of foxes, dogs and stars, yellow stockings and crimson hoods of dwarves, and the birch girls of in silver, and the beech girls in fresh transparent green, and the large girls in green, so bright it was almost yellow. And instead of a deadly silence, and the whole place rang into the sound of happy roaring, braying, yelpings, barkings, squeals, cooings, neighings, and stampings, and shouts, and hoorays, and songs and laughters. Oh, said Susan in a different tone. Look, I wonder. I mean, is it safe? Lucy looked a lot at Aslan as they breathed onto the feet and stone giant. It's all right. It's all right, shouted Aslan joyousness. Once once the feet are put right, all the rest of him will be followed. This was exa- this was exactly what I meant, whispered out Susan to Lucy. But it's too late to do anything. But even now, if Aslan would give listen to her, and change was already creeping up the giant's legs. Now he was moving his feet, and a moment later he lifted his club off his shoulder and rubbing his eyes and said, "Bless me, I must be sleeping now, asleep now. Where is the drifting little witch and was running on to the ground? Where just made my where just by my feet it was." But when everyone had to him and shouted up to him and explained that what really happened, and when the giant had put his hand to his ear and got to repeat all again, and at last he understood, and then bowed down to his head, and no further off than top the haystack, touching his cap and repeatedly to Aslan, beaming over his honest, ugly face. The giants have any sort of rare in England of so few giants are good tempted at 10 of 1 or have never seen a giant when his face was is beaming its sight well known looking at. Now, if for the inside of this house, said Aslan, look alive, everyone. Upstairs, downstairs, and my lady's chamber. And in my lady's chamber, no leave, no corner unsearched, and you never know where some prisoner may have concealed. And into the interior, they all rushed in all for several minutes, and the whole of that dark and horrible fusty castle echoed with the opening of windows and everyone's voices crying out at once, don't forget the dungeons! Give us hand with this door! Here's another little winding stair. Here's another winding stair. Oh, I say, here's a poor kangaroo. Call Aslan. Phew, how it smells in here. Oh, look out. The trap door's up here. There, in a whole in a whole lot more in landing, but in the best of all, it was when but in the best of all when Lucy came rushing upstairs, shouting out, Aslan, Aslan, I found Mrs. Aslan, Aslan, I found Mrs. Thomas. Oh, do quick. At the moment later, Lucy and the little fawn were holding each other by both hands and dancing around for a little joy. And the little chap was none of the worse for having for being a statue, and it was of course very interesting, and all she had told him. But at last, at the ransacking of the witch's fortress has ended, and the whole castle was empty, and every door and went open into the light and the sweet spring of flooding into all the dark and evil places which need them so badly. So the whole crowd, all crowded of liberate statues, searched back into the county yard, and it was then that someone, Thomas, I think, first saw that. But we? How are we gonna get? Per said, but how are we gonna get out? For Aslan, he had an in a jump of the gates and were still locked. That will be all. That will be all right, said Aslan, and then, raising on his head legs and brawling up at the giant. Hi, up there, he roared. What is your name? Uh, Giant Rumblebuff, if you please, Your Honor, said the giant once more and touching his cap. Well done, giant. Well done, giant Rumble Buffin, said Aslan. As just as you just let us out of this, will you? Certainly, Your Honor. It will be a pleasure, said the giant said giant Rumble Buffin. Stand well away from the gates, you little uns. And then he strode to the gate as himself, and bang, bang, bang went his huge club, and the gates creaked into the first blow, and creaked at the second, and shivered at the third. Then he tackled the towers and uttered each of them. Each sides each of them in a few minutes, and crashing and tumbling out in the towers and a good bit and a wall, and each of sides went thundering down in a mass hopeless rumble, and then the dust cleared, as it was odd standing in the dry, grim, stony yard to see the through the gap of all the grass and waving trees and sparkling streams and forest, and the blue wells beyond and beyond the sky. Blue if I ain't all a muck sweat, said the giant, put puffing like the largest railway engine. Comes in being out in a condition I suppose neither of you young ladies such as a young as a thing as a pocket handkerchief about you. Yes, I have,
Yes, I have.
said Lucy, standing in on tiptoe and holding her handkerchief up as far as she could to reach. You there, Missy, said the said the giant, stomping down next to the moment. Lucy got rather a fright, for a she found herself caught up in a mid-air between the giant's finger and thumb, just as she was getting near the face, and suddenly said to started, and then putting her gently back onto the ground, muttering, "Bless me! You picked up a little girl, and I picked up the little girl instead. I beg your pardon, Missy. I thought you was a chip handkerchief,"
No, no,
said Lucy, laughing.
here it is.
This time he managed to get it, but it was only about the same size of him, and that a say size to him that a Lego tablet that a chat tablet would be to you, so that when you saw him smoldering, rubbing to and frown across his great face, red face, she said,
I'm afraid it's not used to you, Mr. Rumplebuff, Rumplebuff, Rufflebuffin.
"Not at all, not at all," said the giant politely. I never used, I never met it a nicer handkerchief, so fine, so handy, so I don't know how to describe it.
What a nice giant he is,
Said Lucy to Mr. Thomas. Oh, yes, mm, Mr. Thomas said. All the Buffins were always were one of the most respected of all the giant families in Naya. Not uh, not very clever, perhaps. I never knew that a giant was, but an old family with traditions. You know, if I had the other sort, she'll be turned into him to stone. At this point, Aslan clapped his paws, and together they called for silence. Our day's work is not over, he said, and if the witch is to be finally defeated before bed, we must find the battle. We must find the battle at once, and join in. I hope, sir. Add the largest of the centaurs. Of course, said Aslan. And now, those who can't keep up, that that is the children, dwarves, and small animals, must ride on the backs of those who can. That is that is that is the lions, centaurs, unicorns, horses, giants, eagles, and those are good with their nose must come in front of us lions and smell where the battle is. Look lively, sort yourselves! And come, right? And with a great deal of bustle and cheering they did, and most pleased of all of the lots of what the other lion who kept on the line, who have kept running about everywhere pretending to be the busy, and really ordered to say about to everyone else he met. Did you hear what he said? Us lions, and that means me. Us lions. Yeah, that's what I like about Aslan. No side and no stand selfness of us lions. That I meant. That meant him and me. And at last he went on saying till Aslan had hold him up to the three dwarfs and one Dyron and rabbit and hedgehog that steadied him a bit. And when they were ready, it was all was a sh- it was a big sheepdog who actually helped Aslan most of getting them sort into a proper order, and they set out through and gap into the castle wall. first the lions and dogs nosing out in the directions, but then suddenly one great hound picked up the scent and gave a bay, and those and there was no time lost after that. Soon all the dogs and wolf, lions, wolves, and other hunting animals were going on a full speed with their noses to the ground, and all the others streaked out about half a mile. Behind them were following as fast as they could, and the noise was like an English fox hunt, only better because no one that now then the music with the hounds was mixed with the roar and the other lion, and sometimes farther the far deeper and more awful roar of Aslan himself. Faster, faster they went as the scent became easier and easier to follow, and then, just as they came to the last curve in the narrow, winding valley, Lucy heard above all noises in a different one, and gave her a queer feeling inside. It was a noise of all shouts and shrieks and all the clashing of metal against metal. Then they came out in a narrow valley, and at once she saw the reason they stood, and Peter and Edmund, who all the rest of Aslan's army were desperately against the horrid of the horrible creatures whom she see last night. Only now that daylight they all looks even stranger and more evil and more deformed. They were also seemed to be far more of them. Peter's army, which had their backs to her, looked terribly few, and there were statues dotted all over the battlefield. So apparently the witch had been using her wand, she did not seem but she did not seem to be using it now. She was fighting with her stone knife. It was Peter she was fighting. Both of them going at it so hard, and Lucy could hardly make out what was happening. She only saw that the stone knife and Peter's sword was flashing so quickly that they looked like the three knives and three swords, and pair were in the century. On the side of the sketch out, horrible things were happening whenever she looked. Off my off my back, children, shouted Aslan, and they both tumbled out. Then a roar that shook all Narnia from the western lamppost to the shores of the eastern sea. The great beast flung himself upon the white witch. Lucy saw her face filled, lift towards him over the second, and an expression of terror and amazement, and the lion and witch had rolled over together, but with the witch underneath, and the same moment the warlike all the warlike creatures whom Aslan had led led from the witch's house rushed madly on the enemy's lines. Dwarves with their battle axe, dogs with teeth, and and giant and the giant with his club and his feet also crashed dozens of the foe. Unicorns with their horns, centaurs with their swords and hoofs, and Peter's tired army cheered, and the newcomers roared, and the enemy squealed and gibbered until the wood re-echoed with the din of the of on sight. The battle was all over a few minutes after arrival. Most of the enemy had been killed in the first charge of Aslan of his companions, and when those who were still living saw that the witch was dead, either they gave themselves up or took flight. And the next thing that Lucy knew that it was that Peter and Aslan were shaking hands. It was it was strange for her to see Peter looking as look now. His face was so pale and stern, and he seemed so much older. And it was all Edmund's doing. It was all as Edmund's doing, Peter was saying. We have been beating it if it been we have been beating if it hadn't been for him. The witch was turning our troops into stone right and left, but nothing would stop him. But nothing would stop him. He fought his way through, and three ogres too, where she was just turning one of our leopards into a statue, and when he reached her and he had sense to bring his torn smashing sword smashing down on her wand, instead trying to go for her directly and simply getting made a statue himself for his pains. And it was the mistake of all. The rest were making, and once her wand was broken, we began to have some chance if we hadn't lost so many already. He was terribly wounded. We must go and see him. They found Edmund in a charge with Mrs. Beaver, and the way they looked from front fighting line, he was covered in blood. His mouth was open, and his face was nasty green colored. Quick, Lucy! Quick, Lucy! Said Aslan. And then, almost for the first time, Lucy remembered the precious Carl and her given her for a present. Her hands trembled much and that she could hardly undo the stopper, and she managed in the end and poured a few drops into her brother's mouth. There are wonderful people there are other people wounded, said Aslan. She was looking eagerly into Edmund's pale face and wondering if the collar would have any result. Yes, I know, said Lucy crossly. I. Wait a minute. Daughter of Eve, said Aslan in a graver voice. Others are in the point of that. Must more people die for Edmund?
I'm sorry, Aslan.
Said Lucy, getting up and going with him. And next, and for the next half hour, they were busy attending to more of the wounded while he restored. And those who have been turned into stone, they at last, when at last she was free from coming back to Edmund and found him standing on his feet and not only healed by his wounds, but looking better than she seen look for the age of fact that ever since he returned to the horse school, which was where he began to go wrong, he had become his own real old self again, and could look to your into your face, and there in the field about Aslan made him a knight. Does does he look like a does he know?
Does he know?
Whispered Lucy to Susan. What did what?
I mean, what Aslan did for him? Does he know that arrangement with the queen really was? Hush! No one of course. No, of course not,
Said Susan.
ought he be told?
Said
Ought to be told.
said Lucy.
Not surely not.
Said Susan.
It would be too awful for him. Think how you would feel if you were be where he. All the same, I think we ought to know.
Said Lucy. But in the moment they were interrupted. At the night they were slept. They were how Aslan provided food for them, and all I don't know, but somehow in the other they felt some themselves in sitting down at the grass and a fine tea at the about 8 o'clock. And the next day they began marching eastward down to the side of the great river, and the next day after that, at the tea time, they actually had the mouth, reached the mouth, and the castle of Sirvir on the on its little hill toward up above them, toward them were the sands and rocks were all little pools of salt water in the sea, and all the smell of the sea and long miles of bristled green waves breaking forever and ever onto the beach, and oh, the cry of the seagulls heard it. Have you heard it? Can you remember? And and the evening after tea for the children all managed to get down to their beach again to the beach again and get their shoes and stockings off and feel the sand between their toes, and but the next day more solemn that the great hall of the caravan that wandered the hall and the ivory roof in the west were all hung in peacock's feathers, and the eastern door make looks toward the sea and presents of all friends to the sound of trumpets. Aslan. insolently crowded them and led them to their four thrones, and tempting shouts, "Long live Peter, King Peter! Long live Queen Susan! Long live Queen Edmund! And long live Queen Lucy! Once a king, nor queen of Naria, always be a king or queen. Bear it well, sons of Adam, bear with it, daughters of Eve," said Aslan. And through the eastern door, which all was wide open, and came the voices of the mermen and the mermaids swimming across the shore and singing in honor of their new kings and queens, so that the children of their thrones will be set in their and scepters were all put into their hands, and grave rewards and honors to all their friends, Mr. Thomas the Fawn and the Beavers and the Giant Rumble Buffin, to the leopards and the good centaurs and the good dwarves, and to the lion. And the night there was a great feast of the caravel and revel dancing, and gold flashed in wine flowed and answering to the music inside, but stranger sweeter and more piercing to the music of the people of the sea, to the sea people. But amidst amidst of all these rejoiced, Aslan himself quietly slipped away, and when the kings and queens noticed that he wasn't there, they said nothing about it. But for Mr. Beaver had warned them, he'll be com- he'll be coming, he'll be coming and going. He said, "One day you'll see him in another. Er, you won't. He doesn't like being tied down. Of course, he has other countries to attend to. It's quite all right. He'll often drop in. Only must, only you mustn't press him. He's wild, you know, not like a tamed lion." And now that, and now as you see that the story is nearly, not quite to an end, these two kings and queens, these two kings and two queens governed Narnia well, and long and happy was their reign. And first, much as time spent was seeking around the remnants and the witches army of their white witches army, and destroying them. And indeed, for a long time there would be news about evil things lurking in the wilder parts of the forest, a haunting there, in a killing there, and a glimpse of a werewolf 1 month, and a rumor of a hag the next. But in the end, all that foul brood was stamped out, and they made the good laws and kept the peace, and saved good trees from being unnecessarily cut down, and liberate young dwarves and young starets from being sent to school, and generally stop busy bodies and interferers, and encourage ordinary people to wanting to live and let live. And they drove back the fierce giants quite in a different sort from giant rumble buffin and the north of Narnia when these virtue crosses that frontier, and they entered into fellowship in alliances and the countries beyond the sea and paid them visits to state and received visits of state of them, and they themselves grew and changed as the years passed over them. And Peter became a tall and deep chested man with a and a great warrior, and he was Peter, King Peter the Magnificent. And Susan grew up to be the tallest and gracious queen with black hair and filled almost to her feet. And the kings and queens of the countries beyond the sea began to send ambassadors asking for her hand in marriage, and she was called Queen Susan the Gentle. Edmund, who was the graver and quieter man than Peter, and a great in counsel and judgment, he was called Edmund the Just. But as for Lucy, she was always gay and golden haired, and all princes and those who desired to her to be their queen, and don't and and her own people. Her call she she called her Lucy Queen the Valiant. So they grew, they lived in a great joy if they remembered their life in this world was only for once remembers as a dream. For 1 year it fell out Thomas who was a middle-aged fawn by now and beginning to be stout and and became and came down river and brought them news of the white stag, and once the more peep appeared in his parts, and white stag who could give you wishes if you caught him. So these two kings and queens with the principal members of their court rode on hunt the horns and hounds in the western woods, following the white stag. And they did not hunt long before they had a sight of him and led them into a pace over the smooth and through the thick and thin till the horses and the conters were tired out, and these four were still following. And they saw the stag enter into the thicket where the horses could not follow. Then Pete, King, then said, then said King Peter, for talking quite a different style now, having been kings and queens for so long. Fair, fair consorts, this let us now alight from our horses and follow this beast into the thicket. For all my days I have never hunted a nobler quarry. Sir, to the others, even let us do so. Alight that they tried their horses to the trees and went on into the thick wood on foot. As soon as they had entered it. Queen Susan said, "Fair friends, if you where is a great marvel, if I seem to see a tree of iron." "Madam," said Ada, said King Edward, "if you look well upon it, would shall it be a pillar in iron, a lantern set to be on top, therefore be, be by the lion's mane, and a strange advice," said King Peter, "to set a lantern here where the trees cluster so thick about it and so high above it that if it were lit and should give light to no man."
Sir,
Said Queen Lucy,
be, be likelihood when this post in this lamp were set here, there were smaller trees in this place, or few or none, for this is a young wood, and the iron post is old. And they stood upon looking at it.
then King, then said King Edward, "I know now how it is, but the lamp is but this lamp on the post worked upon me strangely, but it runs then mine, but it runs in my mind that we had seen like that before. It has were in a dream or in a dream of a dream."
Sir,
Answered they all, "isn't even so with us also." And more and more, Lucy, said Queen Lucy, "for it will not go for my out in my mind if it has passed just post this post and lantern. Either we shall find strange adventures or something change in our fortunes." "Madam," said King Edmund, "we like to bore body stern in my body also." Like in mine, like in mine, brother, fair brother, said King Peter. "And mine, and in mine too," said Queen Susan. "We're there for my counsel, and we slightly return to our horses and follow this white stag no further." "Madam," uh, said King Peter, "there I pray thee to me excuse, for I've never seen we four were kings and queens of in Narnia. Have we seen sets hands in many height matter as battles quest fears in arms acts of justice and the like of then giving over, but always want what they have taken in hand, and we should have achieved."
sister, said Queen Lucy, my royal brother speaks rightly. It seems that we, to me, that we should have been ashamed if anything fear for body returned back and following so noble noble a beast as now if we chased. As so I said, said King Edmund, and I have such a desire to find a signification that this thing that I mean I would not be my good to turn back
for the richest jewels in all of Narnia and all the lands. And then, in the name of Aslan, said Queen Susan, if we are will live, we will all have to so, and let's go on and take the adventure that we shall fall to this. So the kings and queens entered the ticklet, and now they have gone to a score a pace. All remembered that the thing that they called have seen was called the lamp post, and before they have gone 20 more, they noticed that they were making their way not through the branches but through coats, and the next moment they all trembled out in a wardrobe door into the empty room, and they were no longer kings and queens, and their hunting array by just Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy in their old clothes. It was the same day that the same hour of the day on which they have all gone into the wardrobe to hide. Miss Murgy and the visitors were still talking in the passage, but luckily they never came into the empty room, and so the children weren't caught. And that would be the very end of the story. And if that had been a filth, they felt that must been explained to the professor, and why four of the coats are why four of the coats out of his wardrobe were missing. And the professor, who was a very remarkable man, didn't tell them not to be silly or not tell lies, but to believe the whole story. No, he said. No, he said. I think it good will be good trying to go back to the wardrobe to get those coats, but you won't get to Naya again by that route. Nor would the coats be used by now if the great if you did. Eh, what's that? Yes, if of course, if you'll get back to Narnia again someday, once a king of Narnia will always be a king of Narnia, but don't go trying to use the same route twice. Indeed, indeed, don't try to get there at all. It happened when you're not looking for it, and don't talk too much about it even among yourselves, and don't mention it to anyone else unless you find what you have had adventures of the same route sort of themselves. What's that? How will you know? No, you'll know all right. All things. My say, even or their books, all in a secret out. Keep your eyes open, bless me. What do you teach them all these schools? And that is the very end of the venture of the wardrobe. But the professor was right. It was only the beginning of the adventures of Narnia. And thank you for following along, and please. Oh my gosh. It wasn't long. That was long, but I'm done. I'll see you in the next stream. I hope, but until then, I'll I'll see what I can do for the next stream. So this is Gog Sauce 227 over and out, and I want you to have a good day.